last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Arthur.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinning.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Arthur.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative, and it's so good to see all of you today. Thanks so much for being here, guys. I saw Dawn Emery. Good to see you, Dawn. And I saw Kiki come in at number 2. Thank you so much for hitting that like button, Kiki, and thanks for being here as well. Also saw Sandy Mimima. Hey everyone, she says, with the green hearts. Thank you so much for the green hearts. And also I saw Cinderella. Good to see you, Cinderella. Your daughter likes this part, as Sandy says. Every time you play this part, my daughter comes out and then goes away. Yeah, I really like that song. It was the closest one I could find to kind of a Game of Thronesy kind of song here to go with the intro. Hey, Karen Powers, good to see you. Let's get down to some truth. 100%. Yes. Thank you so much, Karen Powers. And I have a great show planned for you guys today. I did review a little bit of this interrogation. This is going to be a polygraph, but the polygraphists that perform this polygraph did a really great job of explaining the process. So I was really excited to see that. I need a magic mirror. That's so cool. The dragon stuff. Oh, that's cool, Sandy. I'm so glad. Hey, Tony Fire. Good to see you. Oh, I don't blame her. True crime can be a lot, right? I mean, especially this story, guys. I'm gonna start it out with James's story, right? A little bit about his story. Little James Hutchinson, 6 years old when he was thrown into the Ohio River by his mother and his mother's boyfriend, and he's still never been found. And, you know, we were talking last night, and it seems that uh, the rivers kind of meet up, but they start up in Pennsylvania, if I could remember correctly. And I think I even misspoke because I was thinking they were up near Pittsburgh, but I don't think so. I think they were near Cincinnati. So I just kind of want to make that clarification. But geographically, where the Ohio River dumps off would be into the Mississippi, is what we kind of concluded last night. Which I didn't look at a map, but very, very sad situation. Hey, Karen Powers says I loved it too. Hey, Leslie, keeping it real. Good to see you. Yes. Oh my gosh. And he's so adorable, guys. Wait till you see a picture of him. If you're not familiar with the story, I'll kind of start out with James's story. And this is just news media telling kind of what happened. This occurred about 4 years ago. Now, his mother, Brittney, has been convicted, and so has her boyfriend, who is also named James, but his name is James Hamilton and is not the biological father of James Hutchinson. Right. So um it is very sad. But she has been sentenced to 21 years, right? And he was sentenced to 19 years. Brittany tried to plead not guilty by reason of insanity to start out with, and then she ultimately pled guilty. Hey, Twitch, good to see you. Hey, Carla, good to see you. Thank you so much for your comments on the videos. I saw them earlier. I've just been, again, hitting the ground running. And then I also been doing a little bit of research behind the scenes on other things pertaining to Sebastian's case that I'm kind of working on things with another creator. So it's been a little bit busy. Um, but I definitely wanted to kind of show you guys this process. And we've been going through these interviews. Well, it started out as an interview or questioning with Brittney Gosney, and her story is eerily similar to the one that Katie told, but she wasn't so easily believed, right? Like Katie was, in my opinion. And so the police hit the ground running. They were asking the hard questions, right? And it's really sad to say that she lied to them several times. So the interrogation, although it should have been maybe a little bit quicker, she delayed it, right? And you'll see her stalling in this video as well, even though the polygraphist is completely um, accommodating to Brittney. He's very kind. He explains everything very thoroughly. And I'm not saying this is the process across the board, but I'm glad to show you guys what a polygraph test looks like, even if it's from Ohio and we're talking about a case in Tennessee. If Middle Tennessee has world-renowned people like Eric Craddock says they do, then we would expect that they would even do a better job than Ohio, right? Um, you know, just gonna throw that out there. But thank you so much, Carla. Thank you so much. And guys, that was last night when we went over the green hoodie stuff, that was just kind of what you all wanted to see, right? And I appreciate that because I do think that there's a lot of strange goings on at the Texas Roadhouse. A lot of strange goings on. So, really quick here, I want to show you guys James's story. Little James Hutchinson, 6 years old. And this is kind of what happened here with little James, and the community and how they were feeling at the time that this all transpired. So just give me a second here.
Continues to grip the city of Middletown after the tragic murder of 6-year-old James Hutchinson.
The boy's mother and her boyfriend are both in jail facing charges tonight as Middletown police say Brittney Gosney and boyfriend James Hamilton tried to abandon her 3 children at Rush Run Park Friday. As James tried to get back in the car, Gosney sped up, dragging and possibly running him over. Gosney and Hamilton loaded the other kids back into the car, returning a short time later to get James' body and dump it in the Ohio River. Today, investigators executed a search warrant looking for any new evidence. Gosney has been charged with murder, tampering with evidence, and abuse of a corpse. Hamilton is charged with tampering with evidence and abuse of a corpse. Middletown police say the search efforts in the Ohio River are suspended until Sunday due to rising water levels. Tonight, a makeshift memorial is growing outside of the boys' home while the community held a vigil at Barnett Stadium. 2 News reporter Caroline Moore spent the day in Middletown. She's live tonight outside the memorial.
The vigil here at James's house has been growing over the past 24 hours. Now you can see behind me the community has left many small tokens in memory of him, including candles, signs, toys, and more in memory of the 6-year-old. Now, earlier tonight, many people who didn't know James personally said they wanted to attend to show the family the Middletown community supports them.
Okay, guys, just so an outpouring of support. There were kids there. I've showed a couple of times a news clip where they're all out there and they're making this big memorial at the house where little James and his sisters lived, because there were 2 other children involved in the situation, possibly a 3rd child, because we're going to hear a little bit more about that as we get into it. And again, it's another situation where this person just cannot get their story straight to save their life, right? I mean, she's literally in the hot seat and she's still not telling the truth. And it is maddening, Twitch, it is. And it's so sad because these kids did not deserve to be treated the way that they were. And the way that she just normalizes it. Oh gosh, I wouldn't make a very good sheriff. I wouldn't, Sandy. No, but I think there was so many people that would and do such a great job. And again, we kind of said this in closing last night. I really, really don't want to bash law enforcement because I do back the blue, and I do want to highlight these officers that did a great job, in my opinion. Nothing is perfect, right? No one is perfect, but they're really, really interested in getting the truth out of Brittney, and they give her many opportunities to do this. And I just don't think it's fair for Sebastian's case to have been dragged through the mud by Chris and Katie Proudfoot, as we will see them doing in a moment, going from social media person to social media person, speaking with the news and lying, and us having to find the inconsistencies. This is the job of the police officers, right? We're not better at their job than they are, but they have to do their job in order for them to get these type of results, right? And sadly, James has not been found, right, because of where they put him, in my opinion. I do think that they did put him in the river, and maybe I'll come to a different conclusion as more evidence comes in, as we examine more into the case. But as it stands, it seems like they did throw him into the river, and so it's just extremely difficult, because he may have flowed downriver, especially with the statements that we're going to hear Brittney make coming up here. But here we go. Here's this beautiful little child.
and he will now forever be our Panther guardian angel.
Stadium seats filled to the brim and people leaning on one another to share one simple message tonight.
James's life matters, not just to his family, but also to his teachers and friends at Rosa Park. His life matters to this entire community.
The Middletown community lit candles and shared stories of 6-year-old James Hutchinson, a life taken away too soon.
No, it's very frustrating and it's really hard to understand. It's just heartbreaking.
Balloons and lanterns were released among many prayers said. Many families said they're holding their child extra close tonight.
I mean, me being a mother, I love my kids. I can't go a day without them. I never have and I never will. So imagining a parent being able to do something like that to somebody that they made, it's their own blood and love, that's just indescribable.
The community will continue to mourn the loss of James for decades to come, something nobody understands.
It's just hard. It's hard to even grasp to understand. I explained to both the girls last night, and as a mom, as a grandmother, it's impossible. How do you explain it to them when you don't understand yourself?
Yeah, that's really well said by the community member right there. You know, how do you explain this to the other little kids? I mean, you know, we watched a news clip, guys, where the reporter was walking by talking about how little James was dumped in the river, and one of the little girls that had a cross in her hand that was probably writing some sort of message, or maybe she was coloring it for James to leave there, just stopped and looked at the guy. I mean, this is the reality that these kids live in. And, you know, I don't know if it's, again, because we, you know, have the internet and all of this information in real time and we hear more about it. But you know, this is a reaction from a little girl in the community. It's so absolutely sad to see that. And I mean, she just looked at him like, oh my God, you know, like she didn't really know that until she just heard it. And again, you know, this is like a part 4. I might change the titles and see how I can arrange them, but I think it's really important to kind of see this process when proper procedures and protocols are in place. And, you know, by God, these kids deserve it. And the other kids in the community are watching. They are watching. They are praying. They are sad because one of the little ones is, you know, their life has been taken. The little girl in the clip, she probably was maybe, you know, 12 or 13, you know, so just thinking about a little 6-year-old being taken is absolutely horrific, and thrown in the river by their parents.
School officials say that grief support for staff and students will be available for as long as they need. Live in Middletown, I'm Caroline Morse, 2 News, working for you.
First here tonight.
Okay, so there's the clip to kind of familiarize yourself with little James's case. There is a lot to it, but we're going to hear a lot more today. Like I said, when we go over the polygraph that his mother Brittney has given. I want to share now really quick with how the Proudfoot's and Seth's polygraph went down. And so just bear with me here. And we're going to watch that.
Tell me give me some time to put it together. Cool. April 9th, I think, was the date. There's a Tuesday. We kept it very quiet. The FBI prolificer, there's GBIs, the FBI, I think they're all the same, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know how those certifications work, but I know what you're talking about.
So, my wife got a polygraph by day 2 or day 3 of the investigation.
Right, yeah.
She passed, no problem. I get my polygraph done. We keep it quiet. The lady who did hers cannot do mine because we said we don't want any chance of somebody saying it was a biased opinion type situation. her boss, and the other polygrapher, all three come together, make my questions.
Right.
My wife got 5, and I got 13 fucking questions.
Oh.
I'm like, really? Oh, whatever. I don't give a shit.
Oh, yeah.
So I go and take my polygraph test, and I passed.
Mm-hmm.
Seth, on the other hand, goes and takes a fucking polygraph test with Nancy Grace.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing that motherfucker's gonna fail, he falls asleep.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah. They said, well, it's inconclusive because he keeps falling asleep.
How does that even happen?
Sebastian's dad, his bio dad, Seth, I don't understand that because he told me he would take a polygraph if I set it up. I set it up. I went through a lot of hoops to get it set up. One convenient to him in the area where he says he's working. Then he wouldn't take it and blames the TBI. So now I find out he's told other outlets he's taken one and passed. Do you know the truth?
I don't. I really don't know, but I'll tell you what, I volunteered to take polygraph. I was told that I wasn't. I didn't need to because they have my location and whereabouts, but I still volunteered. And if somebody wants me to take one, that's something of my own free will. I haven't been told by TBI that I can't take one.
How do we pay for all this?
It's an Aldi thing.
Oh, yeah.
If you are sleeping in a position like this, you are wrecking your body and your breathing. Chronic neck pain happens when your cervical spine.
We all remember that moment when I put Sebastian's father, Seth, on the hot seat on national TV and asked him, would he be willing to take a polygraph? He said yes. He did take a polygraph. Straight back out to Seth Rogers. Joining us is Sebastian's father. And now joining us is a renowned polygrapher, Kendall Schule, former head of the entire FBI polygraph program in D.C., former special agent with the FBI in D.C. He is at Kendall Investigations. Did Seth Rogers pass his polygraph?
Yes, he did.
Okay, Seth Rogers, tell me about going and taking the polygraph. We want to hear every single word because I've got a stack of nasty online posts about you failing, about you not going, blah, blah, blah. A lot of trolls chiming in. Let's get to the truth of that polygraph. Seth, what happened?
I showed up early for the polygraph. Mr. Kendall contacted me and told me that he'd be there well before the time that we had stated. So I showed up and I sat in the chair and let him attach those things to me and took the polygraph.
Have you ever had a polygraph before?
No, ma'am.
And what kind of questions did the polygrapher Kendall Schule ask you?
If I had ever wanted to harm anybody, if I ever wanted to hurt my son, if I had ever hurt my son, if I'd ever had anything to do with his disappearance.
Question. You said they hooked you up. What do you mean by that, Seth Rogers?
They put things on my hands. They wrapped cords around me. They had a blood pressure cuff on me to measure my blood pressure, measure my heart rate, my breathing rate, things like that.
How long did it take?
It took a minute.
It took 60 seconds. Could you be precise or more precise? How long do you think it took?
We were there for 3 hours, 4 hours.
That's about right. It's not easy.
Unless the TBI is administering it to their friends, then it's real simple.
Tell me hey, give me some time, we'll put it together. Cool. April 9th, I think, was the date. There's a Tuesday. We kept it very quiet. The FBI Polygraphed, there's TBIs, the FBI, I think they're all the same, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know how those certifications work, but I know what you're talking about.
So, my wife got a polygraph by day 2 or day 3 of the investigation.
Right, yeah.
She passed. No problem. I get my polygraph test. We keep it quiet. The lady who did hers cannot do mine because we said we don't want any chance of somebody saying it was a biased opinion type situation. Her boss, and the other polygrapher, all three come together, make my questions.
Right.
My wife got 5, and I got 13 fucking questions.
Oh.
I'm like, really? I'm whatever. I don't give a shit.
Oh, yeah.
So I go and take my polygraph test, and I passed. Steph, on the other hand, goes and takes a fucking polygraph test with Nancy Grace, knowing that motherfucker's gonna fail. He falls asleep.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah. They said, well, it's inconclusive. He keeps falling asleep.
How does it with us out to Kendall Schule, as I told you, former head of the entire FBI polygraph program in DC. Kendall, thank you. When we put out the word that Seth Rogers would take a polygraph, we contacted you because of your reputation. You quickly agreed, and I thank you for that. Again, this was not free. He was paid to do the polygraph. He owes nothing to anybody, and therefore was not swayed one way or the other. He had never met Seth Rogers before in his life. Mr. Schule, I've looked very carefully at your polygraph report right here. Number one, you start off by saying it was conducted using a comparison question format that meets U.S. government standards. What is a comparison question format? What is that?
It's a format that's well accepted by the polygraph community, particularly the American Polygraph Association.
Okay, guys, I just want to pop in. I do believe that after watching the polygraph that was administered in Brittney Gosney's case that I'm about to show you, that they did use this question comparison format that Kendall Schule is talking about. And this is an actual world-renowned person who administered Seth Rogers' test. Just throwing that out there.
There are certain formats that we can use that are more acceptable, that we know are more reliable, and this was one of those. Certainly a test format that I would want to use to make sure we're doing everything right to get the correct results. And this is again a format of polygraph that is widely accepted as a standard in the FBI world and in the polygraph world in general.
All right, guys, that's pretty fitting. I think Chris likes to wear those, diapers. Okay, so we got a Huggies commercial. All right. Yeah, so guys, I made that video a couple of months ago, and I just wanted to re-show it here before we talk about the polygraphs, because as we see, Chris likes to play games. He likes to go up on different panels and discuss. Look what he's doing right here, guys. While Seth was out advocating for his son, trying to find out what happened to Sebastian, trying to get the law enforcement officers to recognize that he's still there. He still has questions. Sebastian's still missing. This asshat goes on Cluminati and makes a fool of himself yet again. He's always making a fool out of himself. And then the next day they went reptile shopping, right? Again, you have to still shop, I guess, for necessities. I don't know why they were there. Karen Power says CP's narcissism keeps him from letting people know how great he is not. Right. How much he's offended and put out by anything to do with Sebastian. I'm disgusted that he can't ever represent Sebastian for positive ways. And it is disgusting, Karen, and that's really well said. It's absolutely gross that he thinks that any of this is funny. You know, I mean, it's one thing for true crimers and YouTubers and TikTokers, because we do have to put in a little bit of entertainment uh, value into what we do. It's just part of creating. But also, I think when we take the artistic expression and we can show somebody something in a different way, it's also very powerful. Chris doesn't have those liberties. Chris needs to be out there searching for his son, boots on the ground. He is, after all, a search and rescue expert himself, yet he sits on his big butt and does nothing. I don't know, Carla. And, you know, I don't know how the certifications work per se, but, you know, we have someone who sets a very high standard administering Seth's test. And I didn't quite understand when I made that video or when I watched the Nancy Grace episode. I've watched it several times. I've reviewed it. I've created other videos over, you know, about it, I should say, or out of it. And I've reviewed it many times. And I never understood the question comparison format that he speaks of, because there's other ones that are less effective. He finds this one to be more effective in his experience and expertise. However, I really didn't understand it until I watched this interrogation and what they've done here with Brittney Gosney. So I think that you guys will understand that a little bit further as well. But Chris keeping it hush hush and him acting like it's such a huge deal for him to get 13 questions. We're going to find out that's almost pretty standard. There's also baseline questions that we've discussed plenty of times. But prior to this, and we watched it yesterday, Brittney was asked a series of questions about her mental health, about her past, about the medications that she's taking, a whole bunch of questions in depth to get to know Brittney herself and who they were dealing with administering this polygraph to. So it does take some time in order to establish that baseline. Katie getting 5 questions is really, really strange. Now, this is Chris Proudfoot talking, right? So if we don't believe him on some things, we're probably not going to be able to believe him on other things. So I can't say definitively on Chris's word, in other words, that I believe that Katie only got 5 and he got this many. He seemed pretty pissed about the number of questions and seemed very exact. So, you know, and then again, I agree with Karen Powers. He's a narcissist. He's a malignant narcissist. And it's me, poor me. Oh my God, I had way more questions than my wife. That's not even fair. I'm going to complain. Like, Jules cares. She doesn't, you know, in my opinion. You know, and her reactions were hilarious. You know, she's like, oh, you know, like, really, you know, darn, right? But really, if your son, your stepson, your child is missing, you're not going to worry about how many questions they're asking you. You're going to be nervous. Sure, I'll give someone that much. I would be nervous if I was on a lie detector. I've never taken a lie detector, so I'd be nervous. But I also want it to be as accurate as possible. That way the police can say, okay, I do believe that, you know, this person is being truthful, right? Truthful enough for us to, you know, believe for the most part, right? Because the question is not based on pass or fail per se. The questions that are asked are, one, to, like I said, establish a baseline, and then two, compare with that baseline your physiological responses, right? So I could be deceptive on, you know, 2 questions, and then, you know, I could be truthful on 3, right? And so we're going to see that play out. Hey, Heather Marie, good to see you. Right. I'm surprised that Eric Craddock, I mean, he's trying to set it up where he doesn't have to, you know, do much, and his office is going to be great, and he has a raise, and he just sits in the office all day. You know, that's not what a sheriff does. A sheriff gets out with the people a sheriff is trying to better the situation, he needs to take notes from Sheriff Grady Judd, is who he needs to be taking notes from. He is a total jackass. He's a hee-haw donkey. CP is afraid to take a poly. He knows he will fail it. I mean, he says he passed. We never heard anything about it. I'm going to say that he didn't, since we've never heard anything about it. You know, and I mean, if I get a screenshot or something, if you guys have seen something come out from the TBI or something like that, but you know, they're gonna lie. They've lied several times, so it's hard to believe anything Chris Cady, law enforcement, says, in my opinion, in this case. And I don't think I'm alone in that. I think that's kind of the general consensus, because they've forced it to be that way, in my opinion. You know, so thank you, Carla. Thank you guys so much for being here. All right, guys. So let's get into Brittney Gosney's polygraph. So again, just a little recap. Brittney Gosney is little James Hutchinson's mother. Her boyfriend is also named James, right? And he is a complete dirtbag, in my opinion. He has abused the children severely. Okay, and we're about to hear some very heartbreaking content, but some of it has a lot of value to it as it pertains to the polygraph and everything like that. And then also, I do think it speaks to the similarities in the stories with Katie and Miss Gosney here. Let's see. There was a 9 o'clock bedtime, right? Completely off timeline, right? She changed her story a million times. And basically, it is what it is now. And you would really have to go over the total analysis. So, you know, definitely check out previous videos. But we're going to touch on some of the topics here. If you have a question about the case, just ask in the chat, and I'll be sure to answer it, or we'll pause and talk more about some of the discussion. But pretty much, guys, this is a story where they reported this child missing. Law enforcement did a stellar job of taking everyone involved and separating them and questioning them, simultaneously looking for little James, simultaneously looking for this child who was reported missing, right? They never operated off of one assumption like Sumner County. And I'm going to point that out again because I think it's very relevant. I do. I think that if they would have done their job, we would not be sitting here today. There would not be this discord on the streets of YouTube, because it would have been all behind closed doors. And let's be honest, we wouldn't have the there we go. We wouldn't have the type of shit show in front of the sheriff's office either, you know. We wouldn't have the distrust in law enforcement. So there we go. All right, just bear with me one second, guys. Okay, there we go. I was like, I can't see that. I just opened my one screen and I made it too big and I couldn't see the chat. Okay, there we go. All right. Here we go. So this is 3/1 of 2024, right? And we can see the timestamp in the corner. This is Monday, right? And Brittney is going to be administered the polygraph. Previously to this video, there is a chunk of time where they are actually sitting in another room where she confessed, but this officer was trying to solidify what she told in her first interrogation and ask her follow-up questions. He also evaluated her psychologically, for lack of a better word, in the room, and explained that he would be administering a polygraph test. And then she did divulge a lot of information about her childhood trauma. But definitely go back and watch the previous videos.
When I start to get too hot, I'll let you know. Okay. Because I do, once I get warm, and then I start burning. And yes, before I've already went and tried it, my blood pressure checked out, and they said there was nothing wrong with it, but I don't know if they even, I don't even think they did the actual blood pressure, the actual blood result.
Well, I won't know what your blood pressure is. I just know it goes up and down. Get rid of this computer. That belongs to the other part, operator. It's off today.
Okay, you better turn at least turn around, look at you.
Oh, yeah.
But my parents taught me when somebody's talking to you, you must look at them. I'm guessing that is respect. Okay, I have a question for you. I don't even, what time is it, my champ?
It is.
Because they said I had court at 8:30.
Yeah, no, you'll go this afternoon.
Okay. If I do get released, which I know I probably will, I didn't hurt, wasn't intended to hurt him.
Okay.
How would I get my stuff from the house? Like my key got left in the van. Would one of the officers or somebody be able to get that key for me and go with me to the house to get my stuff?
Detective Hoover or McIntosh will be able to help you out with that.
Okay.
Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on with that.
Well, I do know they said the clothing and the shoes that I had on, they were keeping for evidence. So that I'm not worried about. I'm worried about my other clothing that I can wear day-to-day use.
All right, you want to change clothes.
Well, I haven't had a shower since we moved. Well, I had one shower since we moved in there. I've been busy trying to make sure my house is clean and food in the house instead of taking care of, basically taking care of what needs to be done for my children's sake. Which I know you're not supposed to neglect yourself. You're supposed to take care of your children and take care of yourself.
Right, because if you don't take care of yourself, how can you take care of the kids? Right?
Yep.
Have you been to some parenting classes?
When I was pregnant with, I went to Pregnancy Center West in Cincinnati. But that's where I was pregnant at. And they had you do these parenting classes by watching videos, and you have to answer the questions.
Okay.
And they give you baby books to get your kids, like they need diapers, wipes, anything that basically a baby would need.
Right.
Basically helping myself learn about parenting and getting help for the children.
Kids need to come with an owner's manual, don't they?
Yes.
All right, what I'm doing is I'm going to be typing in the computer for just a minute while I type the questions that we need to ask, and then we'll review everything. So let's just go take me a minute.
I have a question before you start typing. Where do I go to court at? Is it all in the same building?
Yeah, all up here. Well, you've never been in trouble before, have you?
No, that's why I keep asking all these questions. I even asked how I was thirsty last night. I said, what am I supposed to drink when I was in my room?
There's a fountain in there.
I didn't know. I thought it was a sink.
Yeah, it's both.
See if that tells you anything. I've never been in any trouble before. That's why they don't understand how
how this happened, huh?
Yes. Especially with somebody that has no record besides a ticket for driving.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't love the scene of I stayed right here.
Okay, guys, so I just wanted to pop in here too because Carla says she doesn't take anything seriously, this one, and I'm like, yeah, it reminds me of Katie, and also, guys, I wanted to kind of explain when they were talking about her childhood trauma. She said that she was trafficked by her biological family, that she grew up in group homes and in foster care and kind of bounced around a lot like what Katie went through. But you also see her almost like flirting with this guy, also getting kind of giddy, laughing, giggling, and we've seen that from Katie as well. So I just kind of want you to pay attention. I know this gal is like 29 at this time. Katie's a few years older than her, but Katie's mentality is very immature in my opinion, so I feel like this is a fair comparison.
I think to talk to you, you release all the pressure I had built up.
It helps to talk. It really does.
Well, that's why I was telling you I used to talk to my sister Lisa to help release the pressure. That way somebody knows what I'm going through. What's your birthday? 2/5/92.
I have a daughter that's older than you.
What is her name?
Maggie.
Officer Hoover's got the same daughter as my daughter's name. And we both have daughter names.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he told me that. I was like, that's pretty cool. I guess popular.
Yeah. That's a good name.
Well, you know why I named it?
Why is that?
Because at that time, I heard of nobody named Always.
Uh-huh.
Not.
Have you met some since then?
Nope.
Oh, good deal.
I've seen on Facebook, I'm friends with a bunch of moms, and they had recently just had a kid and named their kid. And that kind of touched my heart. I'm guessing I'm the only one that I know of came up with the idea of but I'm sure other people call their kids or name their kids.
Okay, what I'm trying to do, when I give a test, it's actually two parts to this test. I want to...
Sorry, I keep coughing in.
I'm going to...
I had my cough medicine for my congestion.
I want to be able to report back to Detective Hoover that you are being truthful in your statements, and you're not the kind of person that would lie about something once you caught or once we talk to you about something serious like this. That
That's basically what he was telling me.
when you make a mistake, you're an honest person. You own up to your mistakes.
I'm always honest.
Right.
I was just, when he was asking me all these questions, I was confused, didn't know what to say, scared. And plus, he kept bringing in more than just him. I just felt like I was outnumbered. And I guess that has probably something to do with when I was raped when I was a kid. Because the guy was the oldest Officer Hoover. So that might explain why I didn't really feel safe, comfortable. But he did tell me afterwards, I asked him if I was asked for a female cop to talk to or female, they would have gotten one. See, and I didn't know that either. As you can tell, I've never been arrested ever. Maybe I should have asked that from the start. We wouldn't be going through all of this.
Well, we still
Well, I wouldn't have to go through question after question after question. I would have had it all out.
Well, memory is funny. If something jogs in your memory while we're talking to you now, you need to let me know, because a lot of people think memory is like a video camera. You could rewind it and replay it, but that's not the case, because our memory deals with sight and sound just like a video camera, but it also deals with touch, taste, and smell. And on top of all of that, we also recall in a moment in time.
Do you guys, after we take this test, do you guys tell us?
Oh, I'll let you know right away.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk about it, because I want you to pass.
Okay. I want to pass too, so.
But memory deals with all five senses, and it also deals with our emotional state. I've been skydiving before.
I've never been. I've always watched parachutes.
Yeah.
I watched them fall. I've been like, that looks kind of fun. I want to try that maybe one day.
But when I think about skydiving, I remember what I saw. I remember the feel of the air.
Basically,
Face.
basically the same way would be watching parachuters.
Right. But I also remember how terrified I was. You feel completely out of control, and you're falling through the air.
Well, I'm scared of heights too, so
Yeah.
I'm kind of leery on. Should I jump from an airplane?
Right. All this stuff's going in your head. So when you think about a moment in time, it's a really complex memory. Memory is very complex. So when I'm reviewing these questions with you, if you recall something, you need to let me know. So,
or even if I don't understand what you're...
If you don't understand, you need to let me know.
Okay.
Because I need you relaxed about these questions. And if you remember something during the test or while I'm asking you questions, say, Scott, I need to talk to you a little bit more about this. I left something out. I didn't mean to, but I left something out. Okay?
Okay, guys, so he's going really in depth and trying to explain this test, and you can see her. She's acting very girlish, right? She is manipulating him, or trying to, right? She's basically trying to say, look at me, I'm a cutesy, person. I've never been in trouble before. I don't really know what's going on here. All along, she murdered her child, right? And then she went to the police station and reported him missing. Yet she's sitting here after she confesses, and they're verifying all of this and about to administer a polygraph, and she's just, trying to manipulate the situation and make this guy think that she's a good person, right? She's trying to convince him at this point, even though if she was just to be truthful during her polygraph, he would have more information and find that out. But that's why she's stalling. She's interrupting him. She's playing this little cute act like, oh, I'm just, little old me. I could never do anything. I can't tell a lie. Even though she's lied her ass off, she's told multiple different stories. And she's going to continue to do so. She is incapable of telling the truth, in my opinion. Carla says, gag, 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 I'm going to puke. Yeah, puke bags engaged today, because it's a terrible, terrible situation. And like I said, she's definitely trying to win over this officer, and he's kind of being kind to her, explaining it to her fully, making sure she's fully aware, taking into account everything that he's evaluated thus far. And I think he does a really great job with her, but she is going to keep interrupting him. What he's saying is very, very valuable, though. And if she was just to listen to him, she might get a greater insight to, what the test is all about and what it's gauging, because he is being very forthright with her. Yeah, she's eating up his consideration, Karen, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. It's like she absolutely thinks that she is fooling him, right? She's getting some duper's delight. She's feeling good about manipulating the situation all along. I think this gentleman is very intelligent and is not taking the bait, as easily as I guess Sumner County did with Katie Proudfoot. She's trying to make him feel sorry for her as well. I agree, Twitch, because then she also brings up, and she's done this in the interview. In the beginning, when they're first interrogating her, she tells them that she needs a woman officer to come in because she was, uh, you know, essayed when she was a child, which I do believe her. I'm not going to say she wasn't. And that's okay. Um, it's not about that, but it's about her using it as a manipulation tactic. And then she does it again now, right? Because when he asked her about her childhood and everything, that was the free time to talk about that. But she was also using it to her advantage. Again, she brings it up here. She's manipulating it. She thinks that she can manipulate a man, is the problem with this one right here. Is she does think that she can manipulate him into doing what she wants. Now, that does speak to some of the trauma, some of the ways that maybe she's used to getting things done. Well, she was taught this behavior. I'm not faulting her for it. I'm just pointing it out because I think it's valid here. She's definitely trying to, manipulate this man because she is a woman, and we'll just leave it that right there.
Scott,
I
and
know
I,
her name's Scott.
right, because I won't think you're lying. I think, well, Brittney she just remembered something, right? But I just want you to
That's probably why you guys try to give people breaks from after you ask them a bunch of questions.
Right.
Give you a little break to come back to.
Because you can think about it then. You can calm down. You can stop asking questions for a minute. You can really think about it.
Yeah, I was wondering last night, like, why do you guys keep giving me breaks? What are these breaks for?
So you can calm down and think about what the questions were, and hopefully something will be recalled.
Do you know if they're out there looking for James? They are. Because that is where we drop them off at. Because another thing I just remember, James said Hamilton said it would be best to drop them off on this side we dropped them off on because the water rushes this way.
Mm-hmm. So he thought about which way the water was flowing when he did it.
Yeah. I guess that's my memory, huh?
Yeah, that's how memory works.
And he said after a while the water does something. Deteriorates or... But he said it has to be within 72 hours or something.
Yeah, that's put a couple bodies out of the water. The water really does a number on it.
I don't know. Nothing. I've never drowned nobody in nothing. I never even drowned myself, even learn how to swim. When I felt like I was taking in all that water, I came back up. When I felt like I was drowning, basically, I came back up. That's probably my anxiety panic mode. Eventually, one day I should get my anxiety under control with the medicine, huh?
You would think.
Yeah, they told me when I went to the doctor's for...
Yes, Carla, that's a great point. She does think she's going home, right? She keeps saying that she's going to go home, right? She's under the impression that she's leaving, but they all know better because she's already confessed. but I agree there. And then also, Twitch, that was funny. What was another thing that I wanted to point out here? She is using, yeah, I agree with Cece here that she's using the only thing that she thinks that she can, which is very, very sad, right? Because we see this gal and she doesn't have a very high self-esteem about herself because she doesn't think that her personality is strong enough to make someone like her, right? She's not feeling guilty, in my opinion. Yeah, and she's not. She's not feeling guilty. She's very much. Oh, I wanted to also say she talks about these anxiety meds, guys. Um, she talks about the anxiety medication. She hasn't had it for a couple of days, right? But yet she's sitting here like talking about it like, man, I really wish I had that anxiety medicine. Anyone that deals with anxiety knows it's more serious than that, right? But she's just kind of playing it off like, when am I going to get my anxiety meds? And that's going to be a common theme as it has been. She's talked about it a couple times, asking when is she going to get her anxiety medications, right? Which, I mean, I agree they shouldn't just stop those abruptly, but also we're going to find out more later on about said anxiety medicine. But just the way she says it is kind of, disingenuous to me. It really it just is, especially because somebody who has very high anxiety would be in greater need. We'll just put it that way. You'd visibly be able to see that they would be depressed and anxiety ridden, but not, not Brittney. She's doing just fine. She's pretty happy-go-lucky gal here.
Anxiety. He told me I was suffering real, real bad from like I had it my whole life and didn't even know it. And that was probably because it really didn't bother me unless I'm like going swimming or panicking.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't think of nothing about it till as I got older. Because I kept telling them how like I felt when the stuff was happening. And they told me it was anxiety.
All right, here are the questions. There's, like I said, there's 3 different kinds of questions.
How many questions are there? Is it like a whole bunch?
It is, and they're all yes or no questions. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. 10 questions. Okay, here they are.
Hello.
Now,
I have a hard time remembering
I'll
what
repeat it.
you asked me, so if I don't understand what you're asking, I'm going to end up asking you like whatever you
These are simple, short questions. Regarding the death of James, do you intend to answer each question truthfully?
Yes.
Very good. So that's one question. Did you intend for harm to come to them? And when I say that, I'm talking about
basically what you asked me, was I intending on harming them?
Because you told me that your intention was
to get them in the bathroom.
To get them in the bathroom and to leave. I'm asking you, did you intend for harm to come to them? Because you told me no. You wanted them to be safe in the bathroom.
Yes.
So your intention taking them out to rush run was just to drop them off, not for harm to come to them.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So that's why I asked you, did you intend for harm to come to them? And when I say them, I'm talking about those 3 children.
So I didn't intend to harm them. So that'd be...
But did you intend for harm to come to them?
No,
Did you intend for them to die or for
no,
coyotes to
no,
eat?
no, no.
Because you told me you were hoping the coyotes wouldn't eat them. So when you dropped them off, did you think they would be hurt?
No,
Okay. So when I ask you, did you intend for harm to come to them? You're going to say,
no,
very good. And I'm going to say this in a different way. I'm just going to add the word in the park. So I'm going to ask you, did you intend for harm to come to them at the park?
no,
Very good. And I'm going to ask you, did you purposefully lie or omit any information about what happened? So you told me what happened.
yes,
Omit means leave something out. Did you purposely, means on purpose, not an accident. Because, like I said, memory is complicated. You probably have forgotten the detail. That's okay. But if you remember the detail and you decided not to tell me, that's not okay.
okay,
So I'm going to ask you, did you purposefully lie or omit information about what happened? And you're going to say,
hold on. Did I purposely leave something out? No, I did not leave nothing out.
okay. Would you rather me just ask it like that?
Yes.
Because I can. Okay. Did you purposefully leave something out
No,
about what happened?
no.
Okay, I'm going to say that then.
Sorry, it helps me. I have a learning disability.
No, this is good. This is
Hard time comprehending what somebody's saying to me.
I've changed the question to be, did you purposefully leave something out about what happened?
No,
Okay, that's good. This is why we talk about it. And then I want to establish a jury.
Okay, guys, and I just wanted to pop in really quick as well here. So when Chris was talking about in the video I showed previously today about making the polygraph questions, this is what someone will do, right, when they're administering a polygraph. They're not, it's not a trick question, right? They're not trying to trick you. They're trying to find the truth out. So they go over these questions, and that's what they're doing. He's making sure she understands that even when she's lying by omission, it's still going to pick up as a lie. Hey, Faye, good to see you. Right? So, I mean, he's explaining to a 29-year-old woman what lies of omissions are. And, you know, I'm going to say that she is a mom, so she should know that already, right? She's pretending like she doesn't, right? She's kind of doe-eyed looking at him, even, you know, putting her hands up, you know, being all cutesy and everything, or trying to be. With the polygraph administrator and he who administers polygraphs, and you know, he's just simply trying to explain these are the questions that you're going to be asked. So there's about 10 questions that we're going to ask you, and he's being completely honest with her and forthright. And you know, the whole time she's not paying attention, she's trying to manipulate the situation, and she's acting like she doesn't know what lies are, you know, in my opinion. So here we go.
I'm going to ask you, did you purposefully lie or omit any information about what happened? So you told me what happened.
yes,
Omit means leave something out. Did you purposely, means on purpose, not an accident. Because, like I said, memory is complicated. You probably have forgotten the detail. That's okay. But if you remember the detail and you decided not to tell me, that's not okay.
okay,
So I'm going to ask you, did you purposefully lie or omit information about what happened? And you're going to say,
hold on. Did I purposely leave something out? No, I did not leave nothing out.
okay. Would you rather me just ask it like that?
Yes.
Because I can. Okay. Did you purposefully leave something out
No,
about what happened?
no.
Okay, I'm going to say that then.
Sorry, it helps me. I have a learning disability.
No, this is good. This is
Hard time comprehending what somebody's saying to me.
I've changed the question to be, did you purposefully leave something out about what happened?
No,
Okay, that's good. This is why we talk about it. And then I want to establish that you're an honest person. Detective Hoover, you can believe what Brittney's saying now because she's an honest person. So I'm going to ask you, have you ever lied about something important?
no,
Very good. Excellent. Have you ever lied to someone who trusted you?
No.
Very good. Have you ever lied to someone in authority?
No.
Very good. All right, so those are those questions. And then I got comparison questions. These let me know what your physiology looks like, your sweat gland activity, your heart rate, your blood pressure when you're telling the truth. Are you now sitting down?
Yes.
Do you sometimes drink water?
Do I sometimes drink water?
Yes.
Yeah, when my mouth is dry.
Yeah, that's a silly question, but I know you're telling the truth when you say yeah. Are the lights on in this room?
They are now.
They'll be on when I ask you the question.
Okay.
Too. All right. Okay, and then I just got two more questions to make sure you trust me. Because I said we reviewed all the questions.
Okay.
And during the test, I'm only going to ask you questions we reviewed.
Okay. And you're going to do it 3 times, right? Well, this is the first time, right?
No, it just doesn't count.
This is just a review.
This is just a review.
Okay.
Is there something else you're afraid I'm going to ask you about?
No.
No, because we reviewed everything. Do you believe I will ask you only the questions we reviewed?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all the questions.
Oh, that was easy.
Yeah. Well, it's supposed to be hard.
See, I thought this was going to be hard as ever.
Yeah.
Mine was just on that not too long ago, too. Because I didn't even wake up. I guess they was yelling me for me to eat, but.
Yeah. I ate this morning and everything.
Yeah, I didn't eat yesterday except for that one meal that had gave me.
Okay. All right. Now, those are all the questions. Let me see your left hand. Let's clean that off.
Let's say, what are we doing here?
I'm putting some little sticky pads on your palm, and these are to
Basically, see if I'm sweaty.
check sweat gland activity.
Okay.
That's what these are for. And they need to sit there for a minute, is why I do them first.
You want to do one head?
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's kind of weird and awkward.
That's okay. All right. Have you ever?
Are these the questions again?
I'm just telling you how Polygraph works. Have you ever been in this really scary situation where you get a knot in your stomach? Like maybe you have to talk to someone you don't want to talk to, or it's just scary and you get this tight feeling in your stomach. Has that ever happened to you?
No.
It does to some people. You'll hear people say that I started setting up my stomach was in knots. And soldiers in battle, they frequently talk about.
Well, right now I got phlegm stuck in my throat. I can't
Even drink. Soldiers in battle frequently don't lose control of their bowels. They'll defecate on themselves during the battle. And the reason this happens is because when you're scared, when there's a threat, your body makes changes occur in your body, so the blood is taken where it's not needed for the emergency, and it puts it to where it is needed, our big muscles. Because subconsciously, our mind's like, uh-oh, there's danger. We got to get ready to either fight this danger, run away from this danger. But we got to get blood to our muscles so we can run faster, run farther, fight harder, fight longer. Okay? So when there's danger, the body gets blood where it's not needed, and in one case, it's our digestive system. Because when there's an emergency situation, to survive, we don't need to digest food right now. We need to fight. So digestion is not important. So our subconscious, our autonomic nervous system is what it's called. It it takes blood from where it's not needed, our digestive tract, and it puts it in our muscles. So when that happens, you get this sensation of a tightness in your stomach. And this tightness is the blood vessels constricting to push the blood away from digestion so that it goes and it can be used in the muscles. When this happens, our blood pressure increases, our heart rate increases, and for some strange reason, we sweat on our hands, bottom of our feet, and our forehead. But there's nothing I can do to check your digestion, so I don't check that. But there's another area of your body that is also we get blood from in an emergency, and that's our skin. Our skin is the largest organ of our body. Have you ever heard someone say they were so scared it looked like they saw a ghost?
Yes.
You've heard that phrase. That is actually a physical change that happens to someone when they're scared. What happens is, once again, the subconscious kicks in, like, this is a frightening situation, we got to get ready to run or fight. So we get blood from our digestion and we get blood from our skin. When we get blood from our skin, the tiny little blood vessels in our skin is called capillaries. They're the tiniest of vessels. And they constrict real tight. They squeeze the blood out of our skin and it goes to our muscles. And when that squeeze happens, see, we're kind of pink. That pink disappears and we turn white. And we look like we saw a ghost. I can check that. And get it right. To use this instrument, oh, here it is, called the plethysmograph. Doctors use that.
It goes on your
Yeah,
finger?
yeah, hospitals use that to detect oxygen saturation levels in your bloodstream. I use it to determine when blood flow is constricted. So what happens is I'll ask you a question, and if you tell the truth, the question represents no danger. If you lie, your subconscious is going, uh-oh, Brittney lied.
So basically, I just need to sit there, relax, and just answer the question.
Right. Because when you lie, your body gets prepared to confront the danger.
But my thing is, I like to get scared. So I need to just relax, probably take a deep breath, relax, and then answer the question.
Right. Because I'm looking to see, when you answer a question, is Brittney getting ready to fight or run, right? So I'm looking for those changes that occur in your body as you are subconsciously getting ready to fight or run.
Okay.
So that's what I'm looking for, your blood pressure, heart rate, sweat gland activity. And the reason these changes occur is because your body is diverting blood to your muscles.
Okay.
When you tell a lie. Okay. So that's how the polygraph works. Okay. These changes are very subtle that I'm looking at. So during the examination, I want you to put your feet flat on the ground and look, and the arms will be up here and just look forward.
Am I allowed to, like, just relax, basically?
Yeah, but you can't move during the test.
Okay, as long as I'm relaxed, I won't be moving.
Right. So during the test, you just sit there and answer the questions and be still. In between question sets, you can move around a little bit. Everything will be connected, so you can't move around a lot. You can move around a little bit. And then after you take a question set, I grade it. Then we start to the next set.
Okay.
All right? Any questions yet?
No.
You are sitting on a motion pad.
Okay.
If there's any lower body movement, that pad will let me know that you're moving your leg and moving your feet. These.
Well, if I move mine behind, then I have to use the bathroom.
Do you have to use the bathroom?
No, but
Because
just in case.
This will be quick.
Okay.
This isn't going to be a long process. So.
I was thinking it's going to take hours.
No. You've already done the long part.
Okay.
This is the short part.
Okay.
We'll be done in 20 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry. So you're sitting on the motion pad. That's to detect lower body movement. I'm going to put one here and one up here on you. This is to detect upper body movement. Okay? So if you put your
hands. As long as it don't choke me or if it'll make me feel like I'm choking.
It won't choke you. Put your hands together, raise your arms slightly, and bend forward slightly. I can put these on.
Like this?
Yeah, lean forward. Lean forward like this. Give me one more.
So you lean always more.
Okay, reach your arms just a little up. I know. All right, you can relax. You'll feel feel a slight change in pressure. I got to bend those. And I'm going to...
Sorry, I wanted to fix my bleeding, so like,
I understand.
show it. That's why when she told me I had to take my beater off, I was like, I don't want to.
Right. Oh, what happens, sometimes your hand will get real sweaty, and those will want to fall off. Like, put your hand on that and just relaxing, that'll keep those from
So
sliding
like
off.
this?
You don't have to squeeze, just let it rest.
So my head's just sitting there.
This, and I'm going to finger. Got no fingers. This. It's for blood pressure. This also tells me heart rate.
Okay, guys, I just wanted to pop in. Excuse me. Okay, so we're seeing the whole process here, right? And he went into detail, and I know he kind of went into a lot of detail, maybe a little bit too much detail, but he's actually going through this process and really thoroughly explaining everything to her, trying to make her feel as comfortable as possible. And you would expect it to be this way, right? Because they do want to establish a good baseline. He's about to go over that with her too. He's just getting her all connected and everything too. So let me check that out to Twitch and Panda Bear's mom. Like I said, I might have disabled something because if somebody was saying something, I just kind of try to ignore stuff. Oh, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Panda Bear's mom. But yeah, so we're getting into this polygraph, and it looks like he's doing the best job, and like I said, I don't know what the standard is, but it does seem like he's using that question comparison format, right, where he's going to compare her baseline to her answers, and we're going to see how that works here.
No.
So basically just sit here, relax, answer the questions?
Yes, we got to do the practice test first.
Okay. Let's see it. Am I able to have my feet like this as long as they're...
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. There, are you right-handed?
Yes.
Okay. There is a number missing from this list. What number is it?
3.
Write down the number 3 for me. All right. For the practice test, I'm going to ask you, in regards to the number you wrote, did you write the number 1? And you're going to say,
No.
did you write the number 2?
No.
When I get to the number 3, I want you to lie to me and say no. This is the only time I'm asking you to lie to me. Because what I'm going to have you do is say no to all of these. And I'm going to end up with...
Okay, why?
I'm going to explain it to you. I'm going to end up with 4 looks of what it looks like, what your physiology looks like, your heart rate, your blood pressure, your sweat gland activity, when you tell the truth.
Okay.
And I'm going to have 1 sneak peek of what it looks like when you lie. Because it's much more important for me to know when you're telling the truth. That's why I get 4 looks at that.
Okay, because I was confused. Like, why would you want me to tell the truth?
I want to know what it looks like when you lie.
I was going to say, why are you telling me to lie and you want the truth?
Because I want to know. So let's practice this once. In regards to the number you wrote, did you write the number 1?
No.
Did you write number 2?
No.
Did you write number 3?
No.
Did you write number 4?
No.
Did you write number 5?
No.
Perfect. That will be the first test.
Are you putting them on the board or something?
Just say you remember.
Oh, okay.
Lie and say no.
Just to help the brain remember.
Just to help the brain remember. All right. When I blow up the blood pressure cuff, I'll reach over and squeeze it a couple of times to make sure the air is evenly distributed in the bladder, and then I'll lower it to the pressure it's going to be at through that question set. Okay?
Okay, so it won't be like squeezing, like it's squeezing your arm off?
It will be squeezing, but not as tight as when you get your blood pressure.
Okay. I hate when they do the blood pressure. It feels like they're about to pop my arm off.
Right. All right, let's get this started. Okay. The test has begun. Please remain still. Regarding the number you wrote, did you write the number 1?
No.
Just look straight ahead, okay?
Oh.
Always look straight ahead.
Are you going to be paused like this?
Yes, yes. This is what it's used. This test is get you used to the pace of the questions too, which is kind of slow. Did you write the number 2?
No.
Did you write the number 3?
No.
Did you write the number 4?
No.
Did you write the number 5?
No.
To complete this portion of the test, please remain still. I take the instrument out of operation. Okay, you can relax. You respond very strong.
Did I do good?
Yeah,
On that part?
let me show you what it looks like when Brittney tells a lie. Let me pull it up real quick. The green line is the easiest line to decipher. That is your sweat gland activity.
I can't tell what's green.
This one right here.
Okay.
So this is the number 2. This is me asking, did you write the number 2? You say no. This is saying, did you write the number 3? This is what the number 3 looks like. This is, did you write the number 4? And you just got hardly any response to that. This is what it looks like. And it's an extremely strong response. So I'm going to be very confident that you passed, and that if you had lied, I've been easily able to catch you on. So I'm going to be able to report back to Detective Hoover that this is a good test. I'm just telling the truth.
Okay.
Awesome.
Are they able to get a drink real quick?
Sure.
All right, guys, and I'm trying not to pop in too often because I know I really want you all to see the process. I want to see, I want you all to see, kind of how they're interacting and that sort of thing. So I've been trying not to pop in a lot, but it's really interesting. I don't know if she's drinking water maybe more often because she's nervous, right? Very quite possibly could just be that she is nervous. Or she's just thirsty because she's been talking a lot, right? I drink a lot of water and stuff like that, coffee and stuff while I'm up here. So, I mean, if I'm talking, I do that as well. But I do find it interesting some of her answers, and it's weird how her tone changes and stays very flat when she's answering all of the questions. I noticed that in Chris Watts's because that's another frame of reference that I have. He did the same thing, right? He was like, yes, no, yes. You know what I mean? Like it was just like, and some of them were short, right? Too. So, and again, there's not a whole lot to the polygraph test questions themselves, but it's a lot more about preparation, establishing a baseline, and then comparing that baseline to the answers that they're giving. And then also, of course, she's linked up to all of the bells and whistles that he discussed. And I'm going to leave it to him. He is the expert.
Okay, there you go. Test has begun. Please remain still. Are you now sitting down?
Yeah.
Regarding the death of James, do you intend to answer each question truthfully?
Yes.
Do you believe I will only ask you the questions we reviewed? Do you believe I'll only ask you the questions we reviewed?
The questions that you asked me?
Yeah, we already talked about all the questions.
Yes. Sorry, I was a little confused.
That's all right. This is the first time. Have you ever lied about something important?
No.
Did you intend for harm to come to them?
No.
Have you ever lied to someone who trusted you?
No.
Did you intend for harm to come to them at the park?
No. I had a call. Sorry. I had a cough when you was asking me that question, but I tried to hold it.
Well, we might as well just stop this one because we'll need to do this one over again. Okay? Okay. Just relax.
Sorry for making things difficult.
No, you're not. I appreciate your help, and that's, yeah, you've been coughing, so that surprised me. Do you need to take a drink?
Not yet.
Okay. You ready to start again?
Yes.
Gotta start from the beginning. Test has begun. Please remain still. Are you now sitting down?
Yes.
Regarding the death of James, do you intend to answer each question truthfully?
Yes.
Do you believe I will only ask you questions to be reviewed?
Yes.
Have you ever lied about something important?
No.
Did you intend for harm to come to them?
No.
Have you ever lied to someone who trusted you?
No.
Did you intend for harm to come to them at the park?
No.
Is there something else you're afraid I'll ask you a question about?
No.
In one of these parts, guys, I do remember that there was a time where it seems like there was actually like a little chart where the needle had jumped, and I can't remember which question it's on, but he does keep asking her the questions about intent, right? Did you intend to harm the children by leaving them at the park, right? Because that was her story, that she drove the kids to the park. She told them all to get out. Little James did not want to get out of the car, and he held onto the door handle as she drove away, and she drugged him, which is obviously not what happened. It's impossible for him to hold on. Now, someone said that maybe some of his clothing got caught in the, in maybe the wheel well or something like that, but I still don't see how that could have happened. I think she intentionally may have ran James over, something like that, because her story just isn't adding up. And then again, we're also going to find out, you know, afterwards, he is going to go over with her which parts were found to be, you know, deceptive and that sort of thing. Hey, Stephanie Williams, good to see you. So just very interesting. Hey, Holly S. Also, yeah, why do we not believe her? Yeah, and that's another thing too. He's kind of again established that baseline, right, where he gauged her response when she was lying, when she was being truthful, and then now he's gauging that against what she's being asked right now in terms of, you know, did you have an intent on hurting the kids by leaving them there, you know. And they did go over the line of questioning. Like I said, it's not a trick question, not a trick exam. Everything is very transparent, except for Brittney Gosney.
Have you ever lied to someone in authority?
No.
Did you purposefully leave something out about what happened?
No.
This portion of the test is over. Please remain still and take the instrument out of operation. Very good. You didn't cough that time.
Did I do good on that part?
You can't score it by just one chart. Like I said, we look for patterns. So I won't know until we get 3 good charts what the results are.
So basically you won't necessarily answer.
Correct.
And again, guys, you know, if Brittney was listening in the beginning, she would have known how the test was going to turn out. But she kept on, you know, interrupting this poor guy when he was trying to explain everything to her and kind of was manipulating the situation as well.
It's my eye real quick.
Sorry, guys. Oh, she's talking about itching her eye real quick. She says it's okay for me to move and twitch my itch my eye real
Very
quick.
good. You didn't cough that time.
And the first time she coughed, and they had to restart the test over for anybody that's coming in.
You can't score it by just one chart. Like I said, we look for patterns. So I won't know until we get 3 good charts what the results are.
So basically you won't necessarily answer.
Correct.
Right, they're looking at patterns of deception based on the charts that were pulled from her test. He kind of explains that to her.
Am I able to itch my eye real quick? Hurts my allergies from not having my meds.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure you've been there before. My maybe I know somebody that's been there before.
My wife has allergies.
Okay, that helps. I'm getting a drink from them.
All right, guys. Sorry about that. I don't know how long it takes him to score it. I didn't think it took him that long. Let me just kind of see if I can't speed it up a little bit. All right, and you can see him, and I think maybe this is part of the when he does the charting.
These are going to practice it twice before the actual.
Oh, we're done. This is the actual test.
Okay. Where you've been there before?
Oh, sorry.
And you said we're going to practice it twice before the actual.
Oh, we're done. This is the actual test.
Okay. Are you like writing this stuff down or something?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
All right.
Okay, so they're done with the practice test. They are about to administer the other test. She's coughing. You know, she does have, sounds like a cough, but she's getting all her coughs out so they can start.
Test to begin. Please remain. Do you sometimes drink water?
Yes.
Regarding the death of James, do you intend to answer each question truthfully?
Yes.
Do you believe I've only asked you the questions we reviewed?
Yes.
Have you ever lied to someone in authority?
No.
Did you intend for harm to come from them, to them?
No.
Have you ever lied about something important?
No.
Did you intend for harm to come to them in the park?
No.
Is there something else you're afraid I'll ask you a question about?
No.
Have you ever lied to someone who trusted you?
No.
Did you purposefully leave something out about what happened?
No.
This portion of the test is over. Please remain still. I take this for an operation. Good job. No more coughing.
Is that too good?
I won't know until we're done.
So basically, I answered questions right, and I should have been good, right?
Mhm.
Okay. My hair's turning on, now I'm sitting here. Excuse me. I'm not allowed to move, right?
Just a little bit, as much as you can.
Okay, guys. So right here, she says, I'm not allowed to move, right? Because she starts coughing again. So very manipulative behavior on her part. Very manipulative behavior. So this lady, to my knowledge, twists and turns, has 4 kids. She had one child when she was 12, and then she had 2 more girls and little James. So she had a 9-year-old, a 7-year-old, and 6-year-old James. And this all transpired in Ohio. So very, very sad. And, again, she's kind of trying to take control over and manipulate this situation. I'm just going to speed it up just a little bit because he is gauging her responses. I kind of wanted to keep it as authentic as possible, but I know it's a little bit slowed. Okay, here we go.
Oh, you're not greeting me on moving, right? Oh.
Okay, I'll do last time.
I'm gonna do it again.
So the third time. Take 3, remember?
Sorry, I'm ready to go to sleep. You got me all warm and comfy.
Mm-hmm. Test has begun. Please remain still. Are the lights on in this room?
Yes.
Regarding the death of James, do you intend to answer each question truthfully?
Yes.
Do you believe I will only ask you the questions we reviewed?
Yes.
Have you ever lied to someone who trusted you?
No.
Did you intend for harm to come to them?
No.
Have you ever lied to someone in authority?
No.
Did you intend for harm to come to them in the park?
No.
Is there something else you're afraid I'll ask you a question about?
No.
Have you ever lied about something important?
No.
Did you purposefully leave anything out about what happened?
No.
This portion of the test is over. Please remain still. Take the instrument out. All right.
I'm trying to stay awake. I'm ready to go to sleep. So the hot move, right? Okay. So basically what you said is over, I can itch my nose or whatever. Okay.
Okay, guys, I just want to pop in and I'm thinking, I don't know if this for sure, but she may be trying to throw off the test a little bit. She is moving around and saying, "Oh, remember you told me not to move around," and she's a 29-year-old woman, she's a grown-ass woman. She doesn't need to, be told to sit still. She could sit still. In my opinion, so I'm kind of not giving her a pass at all. And I agree with Karen, says women, I'm sorry about what happened to you in your childhood, but this was your chance to do better for your kids. Yeah, and I agree with that, Karen Powers. And it's like nobody's perfect, but gosh, I mean, when we find out what has happened to these children as a result of what she allowed as a mom, it is absolutely horrific. And it's just so sad. Hey, Sharon, good to see you. And hi, Kaiju's Campfire. Hey, YouTuber, good to see you. Good to see you guys. Welcome in. And again, we're still going over this polygraph test and the procedure process that it is to go through it. Which Katie got 5 questions. According to Chris, he got 13, and Seth took a 2-hour polygraph. To 2 to 3 hours. I also want to point out, guys, that she was told to face, she was told she needs to face forward, and now she's facing towards this guy and looking over and smiling at him.
So the hot move, right? Okay. So basically what you said is over, I can itch my nose or whatever. Okay. Once you're done, you will take this stuff off me, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, it's starting to get a little uncomfortable.
I understand, yeah. I'm thinking everything else of you.
Oh. Oh, this is steroids due to COVID.
Yeah, that's when we started doing that, but it's just a good idea to do. So I'm sure we'll keep doing it. Of course I
Don't worry, I missed quite a few times too trying to throw something in the trash.
And again, guys, just like Nancy on Nancy Grace, Seth was describing his experience with the polygraph testing. He said that he had to wear pads on his hands, or he was talking about having to, wear the stickies on his hands and things like that. We see all of that during this polygraph, and looks to be a lot like what he was describing. And some of the questions sounded similar as well. And in my opinion, she still thinks that she duped the polygraph examiner. She's basically, still trying to kind of smile at him and
Almost forgot how you had this on me.
reassure him of her innocence. Hey, Andrea.
I'm gonna leave you out there. There you go. And what about this? I don't want these on me. What am I doing?
And now this is where it gets interesting, because he's going to tell her what his findings are.
some reaction to, did you intend for harm to come to them at the park? What did you think would happen to them when you dropped them off at the park?
I didn't think anything would happen to them.
But you're dropping them off in the middle of nowhere. There's no one around. There's not a house around for a long time. What was the temperature?
I have no idea.
Was it cold?
It was like 50 something.
Were they wearing coats or anything? Did you make sure they were? What did you think would happen to them out there? Out in the middle of nowhere.
Honestly, I didn't think anything would happen to them.
But he had
I wouldn't know.
He had threatened to tie him up and let the coyotes eat him. So you knew there were coyotes out there.
Yeah, but I was scared to drop them off there.
But you did. And you knew that there was a danger because it's cold, they're by themselves. So when you leave, there's no lights, there's no electricity. The only lights is from the headlights of your car. In your mind, what did you think would happen to him when you dropped him off?
I was hoping they'd be safe and okay. And not get eaten by the coyotes. But then again, me abandoning them was still not safe.
Mm-hmm. So, why did you drop them off instead of just having him do it? Because
he kept telling me I need to do something with them.
So
they're your children, you do something with them.
Mm-hmm. Did you think you would ever see him again at the moment you dropped him off?
I was hoping I would.
Mm-hmm. But you didn't know if you would.
No.
What did you think the possibilities were in your mind? Did you even think about the possibilities? I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, and this is probably going to happen to them.
I didn't think what the possibilities would have been. I was just hoping and praying that nothing happened. But as me dropping him off, I didn't think anything would happen to him. I didn't know what, basically, I didn't know what would happen to him.
But then when you knew James was hurt when you left, though, because you dragged him with the car.
Yes. I didn't know he was dead.
Right. But you knew he was hurt. Did you see him laying on the ground when you left?
When I left?
Mm-hmm.
No.
So you saw him laying on the ground when he came back?
Yes.
But you heard him screaming.
I didn't hear him scream. I heard the other two screaming.
You heard him, you didn't hear the other two, but you heard him before that saying, I don't want to stay.
Before I even took off.
And I agree with Stephanie Williams here. She says, in my opinion, I don't think KP and CP even took a lie detector test. Not one that was administered properly, in my opinion, especially if they're saying they only got 5 and 15 questions. We're seeing that there's follow-up questions that are being asked and things like that. But what made one major difference is that Katie was not sitting in a jail cell all night long, like this person was. She was able to stay in the comfort of her own home. And in my opinion, they should have had her down at the station being questioned, that very day in order to establish whether or not she had involvement in her son's disappearance, especially since he went missing from his own bedroom, right? And none of the doors or windows were left unlocked or anything like that. So, and I don't know how friendly it was, because Chris went back and forth, saying, oh, it was the FBI, oh, the TBI administered it. It could have been some good old boy from Sumner County, for all we know, right? But in this case, we can definitely see them asking follow-up questions, and the questions that showed up as her being deceptive, he wants to know more about, right? So
Are you trying to think of any other questions they would ask you?
Trying to understand. Just trying to.
So that was the only question. There was
You were having some response to, did you intend for harm to come to them?
just that one.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't have no response of harming them or any of that. Because I wasn't intending to harm them.
But it seems that you were intending for harm to come to them at the park. You just wouldn't have to do it. Things would just happen on their own. Maybe they would freeze to death. Maybe a coyote would eat them. Somehow this problem was going to get solved while you were away. If you could just wash your hands of it. You could drop them off, they would disappear, and this problem would solve itself, is what it seems like was going on in your mind.
Yes. Without me.
Without you doing it.
Yes.
Somehow something would happen to them and this would be resolved.
Yes. Without me doing it.
Without you doing it. Like a coyote would do it.
Whatever. Without me personally, my hands doing anything.
Okay. Now that it's all over, how do you feel about it?
I feel a lot better.
A lot better.
Yes. When they started asking me questions, my chest felt like it was caving in.
Mm-hmm.
And now I feel relaxed, ready to get some rest.
Right. Okay. Do you have anything else you want to tell me?
Mm-mm.
All right. Let me take you back over there, see if the detective wants to talk to you anymore, and then We go from there.
Can I stop at the bathroom on the way? Please.
Hey, Brittney.
Hey,
All right, so I got a note from you that said you needed to talk to me.
yes,
What's
I'm
up?
not understanding like the law stuff
Okay.
because
Have you talked to your attorney about any of this?
he told me I couldn't tell him anything.
That you can't tell him anything?
Yeah,
Why?
I don't know. I just can't. I don't understand nothing about the law. Nothing.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm not a lawyer.
Okay, guys, my apologies. I was grabbing a cup of coffee and I realized that it had transitioned over to the next part of the video. So in this part, she's talking to the original detective that she started with, right? When she came into the station on 2/27/2021, right? February 27th, 2021, and reported her son James missing. This detective did a stellar job and separated everyone, the children, the boyfriend, and Brittney, and started interviewing and questioning, right? So this is now the next day. So 3/2/2021, around 11:30, she sent a note over to this officer who, he had said, if you need anything, just try to get a hold of me, that sort of thing. In order for her to talk to someone that she already feels comfortable with. I think that's a smart tactic, but nevertheless, she has done that through the jailers. So I just want to point that out really quick. Yeah. Andrea says she feels a lot better. Psycho. Yeah, she told him that in the beginning too. She was like, "Oh, I feel so much better that I've gotten all this off my chest." It's like, what in the world? YouTuber is here, says Betty's birthday is today. I did not know that. Oh my goodness. Oh, Sandy says BHB. Well, happy birthday to Bullhorn Betty. I'm gonna have to make her a quick little video. I did not know that. Aw. I mean, I did a September video, but we got to make a special one for Betty. She does so much for everybody. Aw, that's so great. Well, thank you for letting me know, guys. I would not have known. I would have just been oblivious over here. Just, watching these darn interrogations. All right, guys. So we'll just get right back into it. But again, watch how she tries to manipulate the situation. And this is where it starts getting really interesting and good. So thank you for bearing with me on all of the technicalities and all of the boring stuff with the polygraph. But I wanted you to just see a procedure. It's not the end all be all procedure. But again, I do think it's similar to what the standard was that Seth was tested at, and God only knows what Chris and Katie had to do or how many questions were asked, whatever. They lie their asses off. So, and I think the whole investigation has been more than friendly, especially if we're comparing it to this one.
I can tell you, I can explain the best I can. Okay, so what's going on?
Like the charges, I don't understand.
Okay.
What each one means or none of that.
Let's go through charge by charge. Okay. The first charge was murder. Okay. You took the 6-year-old up to the park you're telling me just to leave him.
Yes.
All right. The 6-year-old grabbed a hold of the car handle.
Yes.
And you took off.
Yes.
And you told me that he was drugged some.
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately he died from that.
Okay.
Okay. That would be the murder charge they're talking about. Okay. You left for over 40 to 45, 50 minutes and you came back.
Okay.
Right? Is that correct? Okay. And then when you come back, the two are out on the road walking.
Mm-hmm.
You grab them, you pick them up. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you went back to the lot.
Yes.
You saw that he was dead and you picked him up and put him in the van. Okay. So that was the murder part.
Okay.
The tampering with evidence is the little boy's evidence. Physical, he's evidence at that point.
Of what happened.
Of what happened. Right. So him being evidence, When you tamper with it, you picked him up, you put him back in the car, you took him to your house, left him there, and then you,
Okay, what would have happened if I would have called 911?
well, you could explain to the police this is what happened.
Would I be in so much trouble that I'm in now?
I don't know, because the circumstances would have been some different.
I mean, guys, at this point, what does it really matter? But, this just demonstrates how selfish Brittney Gosney is in this moment, where she's saying, well, what if I would have done this differently? She's trying to figure out how she can lie to the officer and alleviate her responsibility and accountability, in my opinion. And we'll just see, how she keeps playing this out. Highly manipulative, a lot of sociopathic tendencies, in my opinion.
Not a lot, but some different. Yeah, they would have shown that, hey, I stopped. You should have you should have never took your kids up there and just dropped them off anyway.
Yes, I
Okay.
know that.
Okay. And then putting the body into the river, that's also tampering with evidence. Abuse of a corpse is he's deceased, and the abuse comes in when you don't report it, when you store the baby in your house for a couple days, and then when you toss him in the river. That's abuse of that corpse.
Okay, and he's being charged with the last two?
Yes. Abuse of a corpse and tampering with evidence. Does that make sense?
And the judge was telling me how many years or whatever I couldn't understand them.
Okay, I don't know what the years are either. I really don't, or I'd tell you. There's nothing to hide.
Well, he told me the one was something 90 days or something.
Mm-hmm. Probably the corpse. Use of a corpse, if I had to guess. I don't know. Murders.
But he told him the same thing.
Okay.
And I believe they told me murder was 15 years or some bond or something, $1,000 bond or something.
Okay. You got $1 million bond total, right? 10 years, $1 million bond?
I don't know.
It's
That's why I was
something
trying
like
to tell the judge. I don't understand. With my learning disability, I have to have everything written down for me to understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, guys, I just gotta pop in right now. All right. So, in my opinion, Brittney is fully capable and able. This girl claiming she's got a disability here, a learning disability. She says she's got a learning disability now. All of a sudden, as she needs everything written down or she can't understand it, right? But she was perfectly fine when we watched her with the, polygraph examiner. He was explaining everything. She was understanding it just fine, right? She's definitely more worried about herself, Andrea. She is. And she's absolutely trying to see what she can do to get herself out of trouble. Stephanie Williams says, in my opinion, if Sheriff Snuggle Struggle Craddock wasn't working on it, we would have been we would have different results. I think you're trying to say his relationship in the Navy and others getting paid off by the Bower Sox. Yeah, I agree. Bowel Sox. I agree. There's a lot of relationships there, right, that don't exist over here when we're talking about Brittney Gosney, right? These two don't know each other, right? The only reason they've made each other their acquaintances is because of a missing child, right? Brittney reported her child missing, and this detective did his job, right? And again, nothing is going to flow perfectly, right? It's just like there's no perfect murder. Well, there's no perfect investigation either. You can do everything you can or everything in your power, and something can get missed. So I do want to put that out there, and you guys will see a good example of this coming up in the clip. But I definitely want to highlight Brittney's now crying for herself. She's not crying for what happened to the kids, and she's even going to start throwing James, her boyfriend James, under the bus, which is good and bad. You know,
Did he give you any paperwork? No. Okay. Well, you need to get a hold of your attorney, and you remember Chris.
Atkins is what it said on my little note.
Okay.
How do I get a hold of him?
You'll get a new attorney
Okay.
once this goes to the county, and it's going to the county Friday.
Okay, is he going to the county too?
Who? James? Yeah. Yep.
I thought I was the only one that's just getting thrown around.
No. He's going to the county.
So basically, he's getting the
same thing.
Damn near the same treatment as me.
Yes.
Okay.
And she also wants to make sure that James is getting the same treatment as her, right? She just wants to make sure everything is on an even playing field, even though she doesn't care that James is still out there and he hasn't been found yet.
What happens once we go to the county? We stay there, we come back. I've never been in jail before, so I don't know.
Yeah, you'll stay there. You won't come back here. You'll never come back here. Once you leave here, you're gone. Now you can, you can still send me notes. It'll just take a day or two to get to me before.
Okay, can you explain to me how some stuff around here works? Like if you run out of toilet paper, what do you do?
I don't have anything to do with corrections part of it. The corrections part over in the county.
Do you know
better.
if you get a shower, do they supply the soap and stuff?
They should give you like an indigent kit, which would be
And I know we've also been, doing comparisons to Katie Proudfoot, but look, she's more worried about wiping her butt than she is about finding her son. That one can be attributed to Chris, the man wipes, and the pig fest, in my opinion.
Soap and shampoo or something.
Okay. Yes. I don't know how none of this works.
Yes, they'll give you
As
that.
I was telling you guys, I've never in my life been in trouble.
I know, I checked. I know that. I know this is scary. I understand that too.
They said you have to go get my medicine like you told me you would at my house. You said you was going to send somebody there to get it.
I'm going to have to talk to that nurse. Has she already been in?
Yes.
I'm going to call her. I'll have to call her about that.
Well, I told her the place I was getting my meds from and the doctors and the pharmacy is all in the same area.
Okay.
And she said she was going to try her best to call the pharmacy. And I told her they're only open from 9 to 5, but the main part is open.
Well, that's what she does is here. So if she told you that.
And I'm allowed to have my medication if it's what I'm supposed to have.
If it's what's prescribed to you, yes. Yeah.
All right, guys. So she's allowed to have her medications, but we're about to find out that, she's not being very truthful about those medications. And again, just remember that she came into the station on the 27th, and now we're on the 3rd of March. The 2nd of March. Excuse me. So she's been without her anxiety medicine for almost a week now, and she is complaining about it, yet she hasn't shown any signs that she actually needs these medications, which obviously points to maybe even abuse of prescription medications in this respect.
They cannot deny me of my medication. Nobody can.
Well, no, they're going to give you your medicine. They don't care if you have your medicine or not. I mean, they want you to have your medicine if you need it. Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, she tried to tell me that my hydroxyzine was a need. And no, I have to have that 3 times a day.
What's that for?
And my anxiety.
Your anxiety. Okay, I got you.
And there's 2 pills that helps me sleep at night. I've really not been able to sleep.
Well, I didn't think you would be able to anyway, even with that, probably.
It would have helped me.
But they probably won't give you anything to help you sleep. Unless you list the nurse approves it or the doctor.
So Brittney's also worried about sleeping at night, right? She's also worried about sleeping at night. Carla says, I have been listening and praying. There is so much evil in this world. Do not fear the devil, fear God. Fear what will happen if you don't follow God's word. Take him into your heart and live for God. I agree with that, Carla. Well said. And that's a lot of what we see here. You know, she's worried about wiping her ass. She's worried about covering her ass. She's worried about saving her own ass. She's worried about her sleeping at night. She's not worried about where James is. That's pure evil, in my opinion. Made over twice.
Because she works for a
It came
doctor.
from the doctor, so it's for my breathing, because I have real bad asthma and my heart rate problems.
I'll check with her. I'll get a hold of the nurse and check with her.
Okay,
Go back.
I found I had my medicine. She said she couldn't tell me what to do. But I had a panic attack last night,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
And if I had my medicine, it would help out a lot.
All right, for anxiety.
Yeah. I'm just trying not to end up in the hospital.
No, I understand that. I agree.
And then you said you'd be able to get my sister's number out of my phone.
Yeah, what's her name?
Lisa.
She's not worried about her son being out there weighted down in the Ohio River because he was thrown off of a bridge. But she's worried about getting her sister's number and her ass not ending up in the hospital. All of a sudden, she has all of these afflictions, right? Oh, I have asthma. Oh, I got this. Oh, I got that. What you are is full of shit, woman.
Last name? Is it just under Lisa?
It's just under Lisa.
And you can call now too.
I am?
Yeah, the phones are not locked down. Miss Lisa?
Yes. Would you be able to write her address down just in case when I'm able to mail people? Because that's her address.
That's a great point, Kiki.
1316. Don't you see?
Not worried about the other two children at all, is she?
And am I allowed to talk to my boyfriend or not?
No.
Okay, guys, so that was noise from outside. Now that he closes the door, you are going to be able to hear her a little bit better. But she did just say, am I going to be able to talk to my boyfriend? Gross. Gross, gross, gross. Talk to him about what?
What do I do? Click a button? There it is. Okay.
Not asking to talk about her children, not asking to talk to her children, right, Carla? At all.
So the way it seems is James is getting out before me.
That I don't know. That'll be up to the judge to make that decision. I don't know. You don't have as many charges as you do. Let me ask you a question. Are you covering for him at all?
For what?
For James? Was he for sure not with you that night when you went up there to the park? Because I got some video from the house, and I'm going to check. I've not checked it yet. If he wasn't, that's fine. But if he was with you, I hope for the love of God you're not covering for him.
No, I was by myself with the kids. But prior to that, I don't know what he did to the kids upstairs when he tied them up.
He tied him up that day, earlier that day, right?
That same night, before we even left. I didn't bother to check them to see if they were okay or anything.
Okay, what same night?
Before, I told you guys, well, if you go back to the camera footage, it'll tell you the exact time.
So you leave with all three children?
Yes.
Let's start there, because that's where my mind is. You leave with all three children are fine.
Yes, but James acts a little funny.
What do you mean by that?
Like, I kept asking him, like, what is wrong? He wouldn't tell me, and he kept hiding and putting a hat on, hiding his head. So,
hiding whose head?
All right, guys, I'll rewind that briefly, but I just want to pop in and say this. She just said out loud James is going to get less time than me. And then now she's telling another fairy story. I just want to put that out there. Bonjour seclusion works, and I agree. It reminds me of the Watts case a lot. She says Diane Downs also reminds me a lot of Felicia Gross.
It's James, my son James.
Okay.
So I don't know.
So, and you're saying he had tied them up earlier in that same
and
day?
he had kept going up there and hitting them and punching them and all kinds of stuff.
Okay. But did James walk out on his own? Or did you carry him out to the van?
My daughter helped him out.
Like holding his hand?
Both my kids helped him outside.
How did they help him?
Like they were holding his hand.
So each kid's holding his hand
Yes.
and they're all three walking to the van?
Yes.
I got you.
And he literally almost fell. I didn't think nothing of it. I didn't bother to check the kids.
All right.
So I don't know if he already kind of had that injury.
All right, guys. And another thing reminds me of Katie right there. I didn't bother to check the kids.
House. And I'm going to check. I've not checked it yet. If he wasn't, that's fine. But if he was with you, I hope for the love of God you're not covering.
No, I was by myself with the kids. But prior to that, I don't know what he did to the kids upstairs when he tied them up.
He tied him up that day, earlier that day, right?
That same night, before we even left. I didn't bother to check them to see if they were okay or anything.
Okay, what same night?
Before, I told you guys, well, if you go back to the camera footage, it'll tell you the exact time.
So you leave with all three children?
Yes.
Let's start there, because that's where my mind is. You leave with all three children are fine?
Yes, but James acts a little funny.
What do you mean by that?
Like, I kept asking him, like, what is wrong? He wouldn't tell me, and he kept hiding and putting a hat on, hiding his head. So,
hiding whose head?
James, my son James.
Okay.
So I don't know.
So, and you're saying he had tied them up earlier in that same
and
day?
he had kept going up there and hitting them and punching them and all kinds of stuff.
Okay. But did James walk out on his own? Or did you carry him out to the van?
My daughter helped him out.
Like holding his hand?
Both my kids helped him outside.
How did they help him?
Like they were holding his hand.
So each kid's holding his hand and they're all three walking to the van?
Yes.
I got you.
And he literally almost fell. I didn't think nothing of it. I didn't bother to check the kids.
All right.
So I don't know if he already kind of had that injury beforehand, and I just made it worse.
Right.
Because I'm sure he probably not admitted that he tied him up.
He did.
He did.
He told us that.
Did he admit that he was beating on him?
Yep. He told us how he punched James in the face.
He always punches him in the face and in the top of the head.
Yeah.
And I keep telling him that place, you can't do that anyways. And that's the most sensitive place on their body is their face and their head.
Right. Yeah, he told us that. He admitted to all that.
So basically he admitted what I have been telling you guys that he's done too.
Yes. He admitted to tying him up. He told us where he took those ropes after he got done with them.
Okay.
We got those. And then he told us.
You got and you also got the recording thing that was early.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. He told us. You told us where that was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you guys didn't ask him like why he take it out, and I have no idea. I told him
my partner did. I didn't get to talk to James a bunch. I talked to him some, but my partner did most of the interview with him.
Which is the other guy that was with us.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the first place you went was the wrong place. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know where that place is at? How far away was that place from the place you ended up?
Well, he had told me to put it in my GPS, Rapid Run Park. Not Rapid.
I know what you mean. Rush Run.
Yes, Rush Run Park. And it took me, there was like a garage right here. It went like this. There's a garage off to this side and a bunch of cars parked here.
Mm-hmm.
And if you went back farther, there was something else. I didn't go back that far.
Okay. You just knew you were in Oh.
Nothing looked familiar to me.
Okay, so you left.
Yes,
Okay, but that was the wrong place, or that
yes,
was technically?
that was the wrong place.
I got you. All right. Now, let me ask you this. You told me that this happened Friday into Saturday, and then Saturday into Sunday is when you took the poor boy up there
To
the bridge.
Yes.
Okay, so James is insisting that happened with you and the kids at Thursday into Friday, and then you guys dumped the body Saturday into Sunday. He's saying the boy was upstairs for 2 days, not just 1 day, deceased.
Well, see, I don't remember the days.
Okay.
I could have sworn it was Friday into Saturday, but.
Could it have possibly been that?
It could have possibly been.
Thursday
yeah.
and Friday. Okay. All
It's
right.
just, between me and him, we've been going through so much.
Well, you need to sever ties with him. I hope you're smart enough to know that. He's not a good dude.
Well, I done lost my kids. They're going for good.
Hang tight for a minute, okay?
Can I have something to drink, please?
Yeah. What do you want?
Okay, so we do see Brittney now showing emotions, but she's only showing her emotions when it comes to her boyfriend not being able to talk to him getting more time than her. Notice how she also throws him under the bus because she realizes that he threw her under the bus. I also think it's very reminiscent in Sebastian's case when we look at how in the very beginning Chris and Katie were going from channel to channel talking about what a wonderful father Seth is, and then they went to completely bashing him when their asses were on the line and they were realizing that people were side-eyeing them and not Seth because he was obviously, working that night, in my opinion.
Put that in your pocket.
I don't have any pockets. Is there any way that I can get my glasses out of my purse that I'm supposed to wear?
Yes, they're back in your property. I took them back there last night because I thought they were the kids, that little boys, but I found those. Oh my gosh.
Your mind blank?
Yeah, totally blank.
I'm about to say you wanted to say something and then it's like went away.
Oh, I do have your meds. That's what I was gonna tell you. I'm not gonna be able to get them to him until tomorrow because the guy that, you don't know him, but he's our evidence guy.
Yeah.
They're locked up
Uh-huh.
because we took everything from the house and it's all secure. We tag it into property.
Like what from the house?
Well, our pictures and just anything any phones that we found, we take that kind of stuff in the house when we do
I'm
search
like,
warrants.
what?
So,
What?
but he's got that locked up, but I will get that to you
Okay,
tomorrow.
what happened to our stuff that's at the house?
It's still there.
All right, guys, I just got to pop in really quick. And not to be, repetitious or anything like that, but I do have to say that they took evidence from the house, right? Which is exactly what you would expect the police to do. And that's all I'm going to say.
But I talked to
Can
the landlord.
anybody go in there and get it?
Everything's secure. The whole house is secure.
Locked?
Yeah, secure. Yeah, locked.
And you
The
said
landlord met us yesterday.
Uh-huh. Which was Taylor, right?
Short dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice guy. And yeah, he let us in and then locked up behind us, so we're all good. Everything's secure in the house. That's something you might want to talk to your sister about.
Would she
I
be
would
able
be
to
your
go get
personal-
my stuff out of there?
With your permission, yeah. She should be able to get your personal, especially anything that, like sentimental stuff. Yeah, I would get that stuff if I were you. So I got your medication. Now listen, I'm gonna try to remember. I need your medication. I'll go write it down right now. because I got another long day tomorrow. So yes, you're good. I got your medication.
Okay, how would I get
Mac.
my glasses? Would you tell them to get me my glasses?
Yes, when I take you back. She's got glasses in her property, and she might come back. I'm fine with that. Yep.
Okay.
Finish your pop. I'll give you about 5 minutes. So you guys came off of your street when you left that night?
Mm-hmm.
Or when you left that with the kids?
I went the same way.
Straight down Central? Did you come down to Central Avenue?
I went straight down the street and went Logan.
To Logan?
Followed my GPS as it told me to go.
So it probably told you to go down Central. So, you know, downtown, or downtown
Yeah,
Central?
I just typed in the GPS of the park, and that's how I got there.
All right.
Also, something I meant to mention to you. He told me to delete where I typed in my GPS.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you can still get that from through the boost or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then the text message that I had texted him
Mm-hmm.
before he called me, he told me delete. So I don't know if you can get that off.
Do you have you know his passcodes to his phone?
Like the main thing?
Yeah.
Like from the store?
No, like, you know how to get on my phone, I have to type a little password?
Are you talking about when you go to My Boost?
No. I got his phones.
Okay.
Okay. So to get into my phone, I have to type a password to get in it. Do you know what his password is?
No, because he didn't have one.
He didn't have one? Was he using that phone that he gave your daughter? Or is that your daughter's phone?
No, that is his wife's daughter's phone.
Oh, okay. Does he use that one?
No. He has a black phone that's kind of similar to the bigger one of mine,
Mm-hmm.
and another black phone that's the same one as that purple one,
Yeah.
with the black case.
And there's no passcode on it?
No.
Let me go show this to you.
Morning.
Morning.
How are you today?
Sorry.
So, real quick, like, we got all these phones, and this one.
This phone doesn't work, doesn't do anything.
Okay, this doesn't have a phone. Okay, this is from
It has
Blaine.
no number, no nothing.
Okay.
Is that the one that was in her purse?
No, this
No.
one was
The
in
purple
the
one
front.
was the one
This
in
one
my
was in the front bedroom.
Yes, that one doesn't
All
do
right,
nothing.
now,
It
this
activates.
phone.
That is James's.
This is James' primary phone.
No, it's not.
It's not his
No,
primary
it's not.
phone. Okay. So,
Y'all are missing a phone, I can tell you that right now.
yeah, James told me we were missing a phone.
Just like this, but it had a black case.
So where was it?
He had it.
He
And then he
told-
went back to the house, so I don't know what he did with it.
Right, now she's telling them, hey guys, you're missing a phone. So they have a bunch of different phones that they're using, right? Some of them don't have service, some of them do, a couple of them do, a couple of them don't, right? And so she's saying, well, that one doesn't have anything on it. And they're thinking one is the primary phone. But they're about to get a lot more information now out of her because she thinks the more information she tells, the lighter the sentence she's going to get, right? Because as it stands, she's being charged with murder and also has a $2 million bail. So just to kind of put it into perspective, why she's, you know, squawking like the stool pigeon that she is.
He told me, he swore up and down that it was laying on the coffee table in the library.
That's the one I got. That's the one I picked up that night when he
Okay.
left, and that ended up being his daughter's,
Yeah.
or his ex-wife's daughter's phone.
Okay, that's the one that came out of this one. This is the one.
That one, yeah, they activated nothing. I don't even know why he even.
Because he was on it that day, or he was holding it when I walked in.
That's to make you guys think that it's his phone when it's not.
Okay.
I'm telling you guys, that is not his phone.
And she told him, or he told her to delete the GPS off of her phone.
Did you do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And also delete the message that she had sent him.
Wow. Yeah, that doesn't matter. I can bring back a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, that's why I was telling him, like, would you guys be able to bring back that stuff even though after I deleted it, because he told me to?
Yeah. So,
You guys know he has a safe there, right?
yeah.
You might want to check in there for his phone.
Where was the safe at? I
It
didn't
was in the
remember.
master bedroom. But we didn't have any reason to check that.
Is there a code to the safe?
Yeah.
Do you know it?
7128.
Same as your phone here? That's what you gave me to get in.
Okay, guys, so she just said 7128 really quick for the passcode for the safe, right? But it took her forever to, you know, play semantics with the officers when it came to, you know, what the passcode for the phone is. I also want you to just keep that in mind because it's going to matter in a little bit with what her statements and how inconsistent they are. Hey, Narita, I agree with that. I think that Chris and Katie were pointing law enforcement in Seth's direction behind the scenes. I do agree with that. I think they've done that too all over YouTube, kind of trying to make people say, well, what if Seth did it or whatever like that. I mean, which is a valid question in the beginning, but then once you can realize that he does have a place where it's pretty hard to sneak out of or you know, get in and out without being detected by the surveillance and the badging, you know, the badge system and how they have the doors and how it operates. With it being a brand new facility, everything's, you know, digital. So, you know, I mean, there's that. But yeah, I mean, you can definitely see how people will throw others under the bus, especially if they feel like they're getting a harsher punishment and everyone was involved in it, right? Because she was standing by her man, but he wasn't. And we're gonna watch his interrogation too.
Into your phone.
My phone don't have no passwords, neither one of my phones.
All right.
Well, where did that come from?
Her.
That's the Boost, main thing from Boost. Like, to pay the phone bill, anything.
Oh, the password to pay the bills or
Yeah,
and to activate.
to get anything from Boost.
I got you. So you think his phone might be in that safe?
Yeah, he's done something with it. I'm telling you guys, he's done something.
How do you, so, okay.
He has, I had this phone and this phone. He had this phone and a phone just like this, but black case and all. We had both two active phones.
Mm.
So you guys gotta be searching somewhere, because he has another phone, and that is the main
You think
phone.
you'll be able to get those deleted text?
I don't know. I should. I don't see why I couldn't.
Well, I mean, he admits that she texted him.
Yeah, he's admitting it.
Told him call her and said to come back.
What is your Gmail that is showing up, that is on your phone? Do you know?
I can write it down for you.
Yeah, write it clearly.
QueenPrettyBrit20@gmail.com.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
I say, I'm trying to help you guys any way possible.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. We appreciate it. So, okay, so your gut would tell you that phone is where?
In the safe, because that's where he puts everything to hide anything. But then if you got, because it was 7128 to get in that safe.
Is there a key anywhere to get in?
I think he has it on one of his key sets.
Do you have any keys on it in his property?
I want to say he had one or two loose keys, but it didn't look like. If we go back over there and we can't get the safe, we'll just take it.
Yeah.
And then we'll get in it.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not that hard to get into.
Yeah, because he might have, when he put it in there, he might have changed stuff.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. If he went through the effort of putting it in there, he's probably
Done changed the
yeah,
code.
probably changed it.
I don't know why he would do that. I mean, it helps with evidence.
So Friday, did you go up to Lowe's?
I didn't go anywhere Friday.
Anytime this past week, have you been to Lowe's?
No, I don't go to Lowe's. He does.
Okay.
I've never been in Lowe's. I don't even know what they have.
Does he take the kids to the store to Lowe's or anything like that, or he wouldn't be around them?
Normally he makes them stay at home with me.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. So you've not been to Lowe's and
I don't know what Lowe's even looks like. So.
Lowe's department store up there at, you know where the old Steak and Shake used to be? Up there on town? That's
I know where Lowe's is called, but I've never been in Lowe's, nothing.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Somebody called and said they saw you in Lowe's Saturday or Friday.
Actually, I went in there, I remember actually, we went in there for a drill or something.
Okay, guys, so she's never been to Lowe's, right? And I don't even know what Lowe's looks like. What's a Lowe's? Lowe's? What do you mean, Lowe's? Oh, yeah, I was at Lowe's. I mean, that's got to be exhausting, right? Got to be exhausting. I mean, I don't know how these guys seriously sit there with a straight face. So kudos to them.
That he won it.
Did you go with him?
Yes.
Were the kids with you guys?
But then if you got, because it was 7128 to get in that safe.
Is there a key anywhere?
Well, he makes them stay at home with me.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. So you've not been to Lowe's and
I don't know what Lowe's even looks like. So.
Lowe's department store up there at, you know where the old Steak and Shake used to be? Up there on town? That's
I know where Lowe's is called, but I've never been in Lowe's, nothing.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Somebody called and said they saw you in Lowe's Saturday or Friday.
Actually, I went in there, I remember actually, we went in there for a drill or something, that he won it.
Did you go with him?
Yes.
Were the kids with you guys or elsewhere?
And if
Kids were in school.
Kids were in school.
What day was it?
It had to been Monday or Tuesday.
Of this past week?
Yeah, because they go to school Monday and Tuesday.
Yes, okay. That's right.
And that's not where you guys got the rope.
I don't know where you got the rope. I didn't go with him to get no rope.
Okay. Cool. You thought that was Walmart, though, what you told me.
I mean, he goes to Lowe's because that's what he goes for the boss.
Right.
Which is
right.
To get the material and all that.
Right. So he goes to Lowe's all the time for his boss. And she's still sitting here saying that she's never gone to Lowe's, doesn't know what Lowe's is, never been to Lowe's, and oh yeah, doesn't know what Walmart is. I mean, Gabby doesn't even know what Walmart. Bull crap. You got 4 kids, you know what Walmart is. Don't lie.
So I don't know.
Did he lift the drill or buy the drill?
They couldn't find it.
Oh, they couldn't find the one he wanted?
Yeah, he had no luck with it.
Okay.
So we just went back home.
All right. Anything else?
Nope. What is his email? Gmail.
Charles 937. And I said, what in the world is that?
Hello.
It's loud, isn't it?
Hello.
Hi, this is Olivia with Children's Services.
Well, hold on, Olivia.
There you go. That's a 7.
937.
Yeah.
You done with that? Is it
Almost.
Good. So, I messed up after I left. Because when I walked in, you sent me a kite that you wanted to talk to me.
Uh-huh.
So you approached me, which is fine.
Okay.
That's any time. I told you that. But I forgot to Mirandize you before we started talking.
Okay, guys, and this is where I give great respect to this detective. I seriously need to figure out his name so I could at least address him properly. But, you know, he comes in, he goes, look, I messed up. He said, you asked to talk to me, right? And I came in, but I didn't Mirandize you. So, really, everything that we just talked about, I'm going to need you to repeat it, right? I can't really use it because you weren't Mirandized. Miranda wasn't there, as our friend Medea would say, right? That's how she got off on, on some charge when she went to court. So, yeah, uh-oh, says Gabby. I mean, you know, we're kind of like, okay. But look, he comes in, he handles it like a professional. Like, seriously, hats off to this guy. And he's like, hey, I forgot to Mirandize you, by the way. So let's start this over. So we're going to see him do that again. I just want to, again, maybe, you know, if anybody's taking notes in terms of the officers involved in Sebastian Rogers' case, this is what happens, you know, what you do if you mess up. It's really, really easy. It's not anything. We're all human beings, right? We're all human beings. Here you go. Here, God love this guy. Thank you so much to this guy.
Sir, you sent me a kite that you wanted to talk to me. So you approached me, which is fine.
Okay. So we just went back on.
Sir, you sent me a kite that you. Okay, just
Almost.
take the kite. Good. So, I messed up after I left. Because when I walked in, you just started, you sent me a kite that you wanted to talk to me. So you approached me, which is fine.
Okay.
That's any time. I told you that. But I forgot to Mirandize you before we started talking. So like that information. This is
like,
okay. I explained it to you, and I'll explain it to you again. I'm going to read this to you,
okay.
and then we'll go through step by step.
So anytime I talk to you, I have to.
You have to, yes.
Why is that?
Because say you give me some information that I'm going to use, like you gave me the information about his Gmail and his phone being
Well, I mean,
probably
you
locked up.
asked me that, so
I
that's
know.
what I'm supposed to do.
No. But listen, since I didn't Mirandize you, I can't use that information.
Okay.
Okay? It's weird, I know, but
That's
I'll
one thing
explain
I
it to
don't
you.
understand.
Because by law, you don't have to talk to me. I know you requested to talk to me, but you don't have to talk to me without your lawyer present.
Well, I don't have a lawyer.
Yeah, you do. It's Chris Atkins, you told me.
So it's the lawyer that they gave me in the court.
That is your attorney for now.
Okay.
Probably.
Will they tell me who my new one is once?
Yes, absolutely.
And I'll have his number and all that?
Yes.
Okay.
So can I read you this and ask you those same questions? Okay, warning, I am a police officer. I warn you, you have the right to remain silent, which means you don't have to talk to me. Anything you say can will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to consult with a lawyer. You can talk to your attorney, your lawyer, before and during any questioning while you're being questioned. That if you cannot afford a lawyer, one that's appointed to you, which is Chris Atkins, and then down the road they'll appoint somebody else. Okay? They may appoint somebody else.
Well, he said I qualified maybe for one or two. That's what Chris Atkins said.
Attorneys?
Yeah.
Yeah. Before any questioning, okay, you can stop talking to me or any other police officer at any time during questioning.
Okay.
So you don't have to talk to me, and when you're done, just say, I'm done. Okay, flip that card over. Print your name there again at the top. My wife keeps texting me, will she stop? I'm busy.
Well, the only reason why I asked you if I can talk to you, because you're able to tell me stuff that I need, that I'm trying to find out.
Yes. Well, you wanted to know about your charges and understand that. Yes.
Well, you understand that because I've never been locked up before, so I don't know what.
Yeah, everything means.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can get confusing. Today is the 2nd, 3/2. And the time is 12:10.
12:10?
Yes.
See, I wish when we're in jail, I wish we'd be able to see a clock.
That would drive me insane too, not knowing the time. I'm with you.
I'm like,
Because there's no clocks back there. You
No.
think they could put something safe on the walls?
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Yeah. I mean, put it even on the.
I wouldn't even care if they put it all the way on the ceiling in my room.
Right. So you gave me, before I Mirandized, you've been Mirandized now.
Mhm.
Can you confirm that this is your Gmail account?
Yes.
Queen Pretty Brit
20
at
gmail.com, yes.
And that you believe this is his?
That is his.
Jaws 937
Yes.
at gmail.com.
Yes.
Okay. And you
I had a
said,
couple more questions, but I'm trying to remember what they were.
tell me where his phone is again, where you think it might be.
It has to be in the safe.
And the code of that safe,
Mm,
that you could remember?
zeros. What did I just tell you guys?
Something 379.
0712. No, it's my last four of my social.
Last four of your social?
Yes, but it has an O. Oh, 7128.
Yep.
Sorry,
I couldn't remember either. You just told me.
I had a, remember, I'm having problems remembering.
That's all right. So what else did you want to ask me?
How long will I be here
Until Friday. You'll be shipped out. You probably won't know. That's not true. Butler County Jail will be better, number one, just so you know.
Okay, guys, I just wanted to pop in really quick. I absolutely think that, Brittney is a person that is not well in tune with what her rights are and what they aren't. So a lot of people are saying that, he possibly could have been doing that as like a tactic or a strategy, which I agree with. It could very well have been a strategy. I just think that kind of when he came in, he's like, oh, I messed up, and they did have a lot in the conversation that I think if he had remembered it, I'm just leaning more towards that he would have busted it out a little sooner than that if it was a strategy, but I don't know. He's definitely a very good detective, and I'll just say that. But you're right; it could very well be a strategy, guys, and he's doing very well with making her feel comfortable. She's saying a lot, and he's also telling her, when she gets to Butler County Jail, things will be better. That's awfully nice of him, in my opinion. So it's not that they're not being friendly or nice to her; they're just treating her like the suspect that she is.
Facility is just newer. It's just nicer.
Do I get put with somebody else or by myself?
That I don't know how they work over there. I can make it work. I can do that here by yourself. And I would imagine you'll be by yourself until you go through court process.
Okay, so you don't know when I'll...
And don't, my advice is don't tell nobody your business when in jail. Okay? Just tell them I'm here for whatever. Make up something. Okay? Don't worry about getting beat up. That's not how. You'll be all right. Okay? People watch a lot of TV and they get into these situations and freak out.
Like me?
Yeah. You'll be all right. And I do got your medication, like I told you. I will get that to you tomorrow, as soon as I get the key to that property room.
Okay, guys, so she is having a pity party for herself. She is, feeling like she might be in a little bit of trouble when she hits the county jail, especially if she has to be in the general population, knowing what she's done to her son, what she was involved in. He is kind enough to say, keep your charges to yourself, don't talk about it, because, it's not well received, even by hardened criminals. These crimes against children are particularly heinous, right? They just are. It's not okay for a beautiful little 6-year-old to have been abused in that fashion, to the point of losing his life. Also, a 7-year-old little girl and a 9-year-old little girl. And you know, God only knows the torture and the turmoil they lived their little lives in. And I can only pray that they're doing better, hopefully, you know, coping with surviving from this. So, but do I feel sorry for Brittney? No, she can have her little pity party, and that's exactly what she is, pitiful. He is being extremely kind and compassionate, and I like to see that in law enforcement, especially when we wonder about this young lady's past.
You do think that this could have happened on Thursday,
Yes.
not Friday? Check that.
So with me telling you guys exactly everything happened, and he didn't tell me exactly. He said I did good on the whatever thing, the polygraph test or whatever it's called, except for one question and then he went over with me.
You remember what that question was? No, I do not.
Did I think the kids were going to get harmed? No, I didn't think they would get harmed, but I did not know if they would get harmed.
Meaning that so was your intention to go up there and throw your kids in the river?
No.
Did you and James talk about that?
No.
Did anything about driving them into the river?
No.
And you jumping out of the car and saving yourself?
No.
Any type of killing that I'm going to kill these three and I'm going to leave them up there?
He talks about putting them in the car, throwing them in the river, and burn it.
Okay.
But I've never talked about any of that. I wouldn't do that to my kids.
Okay. So your intention was what that night? Just to drop them off and be done?
Yes.
I got you.
Not to harm them, nothing.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying that with James, it was a pure accident. It wasn't meant to happen.
I hear you. Okay. Thanks. Alright. So I have to Mirandize you just like I told you yesterday, okay? Warning, I am a police officer. Warning, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can will be used against you in a court of law.
Okay, guys, Miranda entered the chat. Miranda entered the chat again. So, just wanted to pop in here. Just noticed the date and time changed, right? So, they pulled her in for questioning again the next day, which would be 3/3 of 21. Either that or she sent him a note. We're about to find out.
You have the right to consult with a lawyer before and during any questioning and have a lawyer present while you're being questioned. That if you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to you free. Before any questioning, you can stop talking to me or any other police officer at any time during questioning. Do you understand what I just read you? Flip the card over.
Yeah, this is like the, what, third time?
Third time. This is the note I got from you today. It's 6:31 p.m.
Did you get to a reminder about the meds? And
I did, and the nurse had called the doctor, and he says he didn't prescribe you anything. You're not on any prescriptions, so she's not going to give you the meds. I talked to her this morning. That's what she told me.
you talked to Dr. Green.
Yeah. She called down there and talked to the right doctor.
I think she has the wrong place or something.
Where do you go to the doctor?
Primary Health Solutions, and the only one I see there is Dr. Green.
That's who she said she called. Today's the 3rd, 3/3.
What time is it?
6:31.
And it's what is
Yeah, so Carla, it's all about the meds again, right? But they were never prescribed, so it's like, you know, who knows? She's really lucky that she didn't get charged for all the different prescriptions that she did have that weren't prescribed to her. I don't know why she keeps, bringing that up, but it's just, again, very manipulative behavior. She thinks she's smarter than even the police here. And, she keeps bringing him in to talk, and then he gets more information out of her. And at the end of the day, she's not getting anything that she wants besides maybe a pop, a Pepsi or two. So maybe some clean water that doesn't come from the toilet.
Days, like,
The 3rd, 3/3/21,
is it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Wednesday. Had to think about that too.
I feel like I've been in there for more than ever.
All right. Do you just have something specific?
I heard him talking about earlier about somebody from Butler County was going to get somebody. Will they let me know before they come in there and get me?
Probably
How does
not.
that?
That'll happen Friday after it gets, no, might not happen on
They
Monday.
said that you have to go talk to a
Grand
bunch
jury.
of people first
Yeah,
before I
that's
even
grand
get
jury.
moved.
That's grand jury. That'll be Friday morning at 9 a.m.
Okay.
Um,
So I probably won't be moving until probably next week.
nope, probably not till next week. Probably Monday. I would assume Monday.
Okay, I need a shower. Like, you
I'll
can
ask
see,
him. I'll
I'm
ask him.
breaking out everywhere.
I'll ask him. I'll go back there and talk to him as soon as I drop you back off. I got a question for you though. Are you willing to talk to me about what happened?
Yeah.
First off, I need to know why you guys are down in Richmond, Indiana at Walmart.
Richmond, Indiana.
Yeah, or Richmond,
What?
I think it's Richmond, Indiana. It wasn't Richmond, Kentucky.
I didn't go to any Walmart.
You did not go to any?
No, that's why I'm looking at you like, what are you talking about?
Did he take the kids and go to Walmart?
He might have, I don't know.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I've not
He
seen the
does
video
some
yet.
stuff when I'm sleeping. So how am I supposed to know anything?
Well, I mean, you're not sleeping 24/7.
My meds would let me, I'd be sleeping 24/7.
Right.
And as you can tell, you had to yell for me for a couple minutes to even get me.
I only yelled a long time. But I know what you're saying.
They yelled for me a couple times to ask me if I was okay.
Right.
So I'm a deep sleeper.
When you're out, you're out.
Yes.
Okay. I need to know one other thing, because I want to put James to rest properly.
Okay.
Okay. Is he really where you said you dumped him?
My son?
Yes.
Yes. That's where he dumped him.
Okay, but you were with him.
Yes.
Okay.
That is where.
That
we
is
dumped
where
him.
you guys went to do
Yes.
it. That's legit.
And yes, he said to make sure we dumped him on that side because of the currency or something goes this way. I don't know nothing about the water.
Right. Okay.
And you said they won't be out there until what, Sunday again to look?
Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna tell you. We're going out tonight in a few minutes. Actually, they're over there now doing it. I'm heading over there as soon as I put you away. We're gonna check for blood on your car and underneath your car. When you run over somebody, that'll show up. It's called Blue Star Luminant. They use this light and all this other crap to look for it.
Well, you looky here. So it looks like this officer detective also gets points, brownie points, for using luminol and looking for blood where they think there might be some. So good on them. And they're really making some traction in this case, and it's because they're using the tools at their disposal, in my opinion. Yeah, she doesn't know anything all of a sudden, Carla, and she definitely didn't go to Walmart, right? And that's probably where the rope was bought or something that had to do with little James's demise, or perhaps getting rid of his body, right? But they were going to hardware stores, I guess you could call it, home improvement stores, those kinds of stores where you can find those items, right? Like a Lowe's, and then Walmart also has those departments for for that very purpose. So you can really buy a lot of things there as well. But she's vehemently denying that she had anything to do with Walmart. So there's got to be some kind of connection, in my opinion, there. But again, she is absolutely saying, you know, oh, he threw him over and he did this. And he's like, well, you were there, right? And she's like, yeah. So she definitely wants to take him down, like, you know, the crabs in the bucket, right? Don't let him out, because if I'm going down, he's going down too, type of a thing, right? So she's now you know, ready to play, so to speak, and start, you know, squealing like a pig.
Basically, like, you turn out the lights and everything's like lit up blue or whatever.
After they've used a certain chemical.
I see that
Is what they're gonna do.
some of the lowers.
Right.
And
Well, that's what we're gonna go do tonight. We're waiting for dark, a little bit darker.
oh, I was like, who in the world?
Yeah, we're only two here, so. I suspect once we, and you know, understand that a murder charge is a murder charge. Okay, meaning that it doesn't
Well, I
matter.
don't even know exactly what murder even means, so.
Okay, you killed somebody. That's what murder means. Okay, you killed your son. So
Cause the death of another.
and so it doesn't matter.
Even though it was an accidental,
I think it was, but you went there to dispose of your kid, to leave your kids out there is what you went to do, huh?
I
That's a
went to
crime.
go there to drop them off, not to harm them or anything.
Okay, but you're still abandoning your children, okay? So that's how the law reads there, as far as murder. So my question to you is, I suspect that we're gonna find on the tire and the undercarriage of the car some sort of blood matter, is what I think. Blood evidence is what we're gonna end up finding underneath.
Okay, and
So
if you
it doesn't
don't,
matter.
then what?
Well, either way, what I'm trying to get at is, I still don't think you're being totally honest with me about how he died, to be quite frank with you, okay? For some reason, you're minimizing the fact that you drug him, and you think that's better than running him over.
I did not run him over.
Or doing something else.
That's why I was telling you,
Did
I
something
could
else-
have dragged him. I
Okay.
didn't see that, but I didn't.
Well, you did tell me that you
I
saw him
talked
drag.
to, I think it was the Polygraph dude,
Right.
and he said if I was to run somebody over, I would be able to tell, because like it lifts.
Well, not necessarily.
Well, that boy was itty bitty. He wasn't big.
He's not a big kid, so I know what he's talking about, but that's not necessarily true when it comes to children.
Well, I didn't feel that, so
Okay.
when he asked me, I didn't.
Was there any other means used to harm your child by you or by your boyfriend?
Okay, you gotta explain better than that, because
Okay,
I'm not understanding.
okay, so we're up to the point where you drug him and that's how he died.
Okay.
Okay, that's where we're at. Murder's murder is what I'm trying to get at. So if you tell me the truth and say, hey, no, this is really what happened, this is how he died, is what I'm trying to get at. If there's another reason that he died, then I just want to know the truth of the matter. Because when we recover him, an autopsy is going to show.
And we're gonna recover him. This ain't out yet, but they found him on sonar. They think they found him in
You know what sonar is?
Sonar's like an X-ray for the water.
So they just can't get down in there right now because of the
current,
the current and the height of the river, the flood, still in flood.
And there's still branches and stuff flowing along the top. You can't put a diver in there because it may hook them. But they put these little like submarine things, these little remote control submarines in the water. Those can go down, and it went down low enough to where
So they did see that he was down there.
They're 90% sure, like 91% sure is what they told us today, that they think they found him there at the river. It's not positive, but they've got the general size, they've got the general shape, and they're pretty sure that they found him. They're going to go down and get him here next week, and he's not going anywhere where he is because the water is so cold.
Don't let him float.
It's like he's in a refrigerator. He's going to be almost, other than being dead, he's going to be in really good shape.
Why does your body?
Wow. So she's not having any reaction to that whatsoever, right? And Women's Warrior, I think it has a lot to do with that she's had a little time to sit and stew on it, because like Women's Warrior says, wow, she sounds like Sarah Boone. It wasn't intentional, it was an accident, right? Yeah, but then I think back to the polygraph test, and he was asking her questions based on intent, right? And saying, did you think that the children were going to be harmed when you left them at the park, things like that. And so I think she's had a little bit of time to sit and think, and now she's kind of trying to backtrack because she knows she's in it, up to her ears, but zero emotion, right? Andrea, zero emotion. Um, it's just so crazy. Yeah, I think Katie would have been wearing a jail suit if they brought her in for questioning like this, and they separated everyone and did their diligence in the beginning. So yeah, I think she did run him over, Joe. I do. I really do. Um, she agreed to be questioned without her attorney, Women's Warrior, twice now. So she agreed to be, and that's one thing. If Katie wouldn't have been left alone, which she very well could have been, if it's Chris on the line over Katie, guess who they're gonna pick all day? No doubt about it. I would bet my bottom dollar on it. I've lived it. They're going to pick him. That's his family, not hers, right? And especially in this situation. So she may have been in a position where she felt like she had to talk to somebody, right? But I do think that she's a little bit more educated than this young lady. She made it through more training and education. This gal only made it to 11th grade is what she said. So but if she did have a lawyer, she'd be in better shape. And I agree, Women's Warrior, she should not be doing this. I highly recommend against not doing this, right? Not against talking to the police necessarily, but you do have you're a right to an attorney there. And attorney being present, and they've told her that, right, when they read her Miranda rights, and she still isn't exercising them. So it absolutely points me in the direction that she really is unclear about them, even though they're reading them. And also, she might not be listening. And I think that's a really big thing for Brittney. She keeps thinking ahead and trying to manipulate rather than listening. And we watched her do that during the polygraph as well.
Like, why does your
Okay,
wife-
okay, you see, this is the issue with you, and this is the issue, I'm sorry, were you in the middle, or are we good? This is the issue with you, you're right, we're right in the middle of a conversation. Now, you can't hold a thought to carry on a conversation because you're all over the place. And honestly, I think it's because you're full of shit, and you don't want to just talk and have a conversation about what the subject matter is. The issue is he's
Okay, we got to listen to that one more time, right? We really do. This guy is spot on. This is Chris and Katie to a T, in my opinion. This is why when we watch one of Seth's interviews, he tells us the same thing, and it's consistent. And even if there's something new or some new information, it makes sense. It's concise. It flows, right? Not everybody is going to be the best at public speaking. They're thrust into this situation, right, with a missing child. They have to get his name out there. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is that exactly what this officer is saying to Brittney. You're all over the place because you're full of shit. You're bullshitting us. So you're all over the place, and you don't really want to have a conversation like we've heard from them a million times. Like, so they don't want to have a conversation about Sebastian, right? They would rather bullshit their way through it. So bravo to whoever this guy is. Officer friendly in the corner, looking like a gangsta.
they've got the general shape, and they're pretty sure that they found him. They're going to go down and get him here next week. And he's not going anywhere where he is, because the water's so cold. Don't let him float. talk
Sorry, guys.
and have a conversation about what the subject matter is. They're 90% sure, like 91% sure is what they told us today, that they think they found him there at the river. It's not positive, but they've got the general size, they've got the general shape, and they're pretty sure that they found him. They're going to go down and get him here next week. And he's not going anywhere where he is because the water is so cold. Don't let him float. It's like he's in a refrigerator. He's going to be almost, other than being dead, he's going to be in really good shape.
Why does your body turn? Like, why does your body freeze?
Okay, you see, this is the issue with you, and this is the issue. I'm sorry, were you in the middle or are we good? This is the issue with you. You're right. We're right in the middle of a conversation. Now, you can't hold a thought to carry on a conversation because you're all over the place. And honestly, I think it's because you're full of shit and you don't want to just talk and have a conversation about what the subject matter is. The issue is he's asking you, was he alive when you went to the park?
Or was he already dead?
Or was he already dead?
Because the coroner's going to give me a cause of death. Okay, and if you're bullshit, it doesn't matter. Murder is murder, huh? It doesn't matter if you shot him, which I'm not saying you did. Okay, I'm giving you an example. I'm giving you an example. It doesn't matter if you shot him, stabbed him, or threw him in a moving bus, in front of a moving bus. Death is death. You understand what I'm trying to say? Okay, so I just need the truth on how he really died. Because I don't believe you're telling me the whole truth about how he really died.
And we're going to figure out next week. Just no bullshit, straight up answer.
And again, I told you, you're only fucking yourself here by not being totally honest about how he died. Okay? I told you that. I don't know if you're just trying to protect Knucklehead back here or what, but you need to tell me the truth about how he died. And the ball's in your court. I can't make you tell me, but you know how he died, and so does James. Okay? And for some reason, you think it's going to be less something in court or less.
And James ain't going to say a word because it's all on you.
He's pushed every bit of this on you.
He was at home, according to what it's been told. That's why, honey, we're looking you dead in the eye right now. Tell us how little James, your son, died. One sentence is all you have to give us. How did little James, your son, your youngest baby,
He wasn't responding when he got out of the van.
Where at?
When I told you when we got there, he wasn't.
When you got
there. So he was already dead before you got there? Yes or no?
Yeah, he had to because he wasn't.
Okay, then how did he die?
Whatever James did to him upstairs.
Okay, you need to tell me that. What did James do?
He choked him out with rope, the same rope. Every last one of them.
The kid, all three
kids. You can ask all three of them.
Because I know he hog-tied them.
Yeah,
okay. And
he was beating them, literally beating them. Okay. I can hear thumps on the floor.
Why didn't you call us?
He wouldn't let me have a phone.
Okay, so he's dead before you even take him out of the house. Is that correct?
Yeah, I didn't know it.
Who loads him up in the car? So you didn't walk to the car?
The kids, like, basically helped him to the car.
Helped who?
The other two kids helped James to the car.
Your two other kids carried dead James to the car.
He, like...
Okay, you're fucking lying.
No, am I not making this sense?
No, not at fucking all.
Can you please stop yelling at me?
You're going to sit here and...
All right, guys, just I don't know if it's a trigger warning, good cop, bad cop alert. Just putting it out there.
He didn't walk to the car.
The kids, like, basically helped him to the car.
Help
The other two kids helped James to the car.
Your two other kids carried dead James to the car.
He, like...
Okay,
Am
you're
I not
fucking
making-
lying.
No, am I not making this sense?
No, not at fucking all.
Can you please stop yelling at me?
You're gonna sit here and tell me and tell us that your two other babies carried your dead youngest one to the car.
Let's back up. Okay. James is upstairs beating the kids.
He hog ties them, wraps.
No, I'm talking about the day James died, or little James died. Okay. Tell me about that day. You said he's beating on him that day.
Yes, he was beating on him that day.
Okay. And what did James come down at and say afterwards? Did you ever go up and check on them? To see if they were breathing, see if they were okay?
I heard movement upstairs.
Okay, guys, I heard movement upstairs. Says that she didn't go check on them, which is concerning, right? Also, we've heard this before. And Donna, we're just doing a comparison between Brittney Gosney and Katie Proudfoot and other true crime cases also that we can kind of think of. Some people have mentioned other ones in the chat, you know, if you're kind of getting that vibe off of this case. Because a lot of them do have patterns and similarities too. So, and thank you very much, Joe. I appreciate you. Also, I just want to mention it's going to get really, really rough from here on out in terms of what happened to little James and his sisters. And then there's also, I believe, a fourth child that is thrown in the mix. And I believe that is James's older child. But guys, this is like horrific child abuse that we're about to hear. So just obviously trigger warning, it's going to get really rough. And thank God these babies were rescued, and poor little James, may he rest in peace. I hope he's found someday.
Okay.
But he told me if I go up there, he was going to blow my brains out.
Okay. So what did he say happened to James?
He said he didn't know, he didn't give a fuck.
Was James conscious when you went up there?
Somewhat.
What about the other two?
They were up, when I untied them, they were up moving around. James, it took him a minute to even function.
So James did function then?
It took him like 30, 40 minutes to even move.
So he's just laying there up in the bedroom?
Yeah.
And he's already been cut loose?
I didn't cut him loose. I tried my best to untie the knots that he had already tied.
Okay. So how did James finally, did he ever get loose?
Yeah, I untied them.
Okay, you untied James.
Yeah, I untied all of them, but James was laying there for about 30, 40 minutes before he even
moved at all?
Yeah.
Okay. And then how's James acting?
He was like staggering, running and stuff.
Is this the same night you went up to the park?
Yes. Literally, like, before we went to that park is when he did what he did.
So then you really didn't drag James?
No, that's why I keep trying to tell y'all. I didn't do anything to that little boy.
You did? Yeah, you did. You didn't help him, number one. Okay? You're a grown-ass adult. That's a little baby. Okay? It's your job as a parent to protect your babies. Fuck James. Fuck Big James.
And you do have them go. He was.
Yeah, I got them all.
All three.
Yes, all three of them.
Only
When did you
one
put those in the garage?
the same time with the other shit. And he's had those two, the little ones, in his safe and every time.
So when we talk, the kids are getting that forensic interview tomorrow. You know what I told you about?
Yeah.
How many times, what are they going to say about you hitting on them?
You know, I'm not really in on them at all. I make them stand in the
What are they going to say about you hitting on them that night with James upstairs?
They're probably just going to say I whipped their butt. That's about it. Like you said, you do your children.
Right.
But I don't punch them, leave bruises, nothing. That's all James.
So what did James tell you? Tell me the conversation. So James comes back downstairs after beating them, right? You go back
And
up
he has went up there like 3 or 4 times.
during the day? I mean, during the time span?
Yes.
Like what time span? 8 hours? What time were they tied up that day?
It was almost their bedtime, so it was like 6 in the after, 6 at night, basically.
Okay, so that's about the time they tied him. He tied him up.
Yes.
Okay, so they're all 3 upstairs.
And they stayed tied up.
Where were they tied up at?
If you go upstairs to the upstairs, you go this way, you see the little girl's clothes. It's that closet in her room.
Okay, so all 3 of the kids are in that closet?
Yes.
Hog tied.
Yes, with dirty trifling underwear.
Okay.
And
So,
that was all him.
put the underwear where?
In their mouth.
In their mouths. Okay. And how long were they tied up for? What period of time?
It was literally like 10 minutes before 9 o'clock.
So about 3 hours.
Yeah, their hands were purple.
Okay. So they're tied up for 3 hours. Okay. And during that time period, that 3 hours, James is doing what?
Which James?
Big James, your boyfriend.
He kept going back up there, back downstairs, and beating the shit out of him.
Okay. Who got the worst of it?
I couldn't tell you. You had to ask him.
Okay. So he's up and down the steps, beating them.
Several times.
And as he comes back downstairs every time, what does he say?
I asked him, what did he do? He said, don't fucking worry about it. I know what the fuck I'm doing.
Okay. And then what?
And then I told him, well, I'm about to go up there on time because the kids don't deserve this. And he said, well, if you do, I'm going to shoot your ass.
Okay.
And every time he goes in there and gets a gun.
So at what time did you go upstairs on time?
When it was almost bedtime.
So
10 minutes. The 10 minutes that they had left. Well, the 10 minutes before 9 o'clock.
Okay, so 10 till 9, you went
Yes.
upstairs and untied him.
Yes.
What made him okay with you going upstairs at that point?
Because I told him I was going to go on time. I didn't care what he wanted.
No, you didn't, but why didn't he care that you went up there? Did
Because
you tell him
he told me he was going to bed to go untie them.
Okay, so he told you.
Yeah.
So you didn't do any of this bullshit. I don't care about what you say. I'm going up there. Don't lie about nothing. Okay. So he told you to go on time, correct?
He said if I wanted to go on time, then go on time.
Okay, so you went upstairs and untied him.
Yes.
And just with your hands, not with a knife.
Nope.
Okay, just with your hands.
Yes.
Okay, so once you untied him, you said the other 2 had gotten up fairly quick.
Yes.
But
And they kept complaining their hands were purple and their hands were numb. They couldn't feel nothing.
okay. And and James was not responsive.
No.
Okay. So you said it took how long before he became more alert?
30, 40 minutes.
30, 40 minutes. And now, is he talking at this time, 30, 40 minutes later?
Barely. He was talking, but you couldn't really understand what he's saying.
Okay. So you can't understand what he's saying. And is he walking?
And slowly.
Slowly?
Slowly.
Did he have any visible injuries on his body?
He had them. I didn't check.
Okay. On his face?
He had bruises all
over his face?
Yes.
Okay.
And it looked like he had like a knot, like right in here on both sides of his face.
Okay. So.
Like his face has been swollen from being punched.
Okay.
I mean, every time.
On both sides of his face or just one side?
On both sides.
On both sides of his face. And so after 40 minutes, he's kind of talking and he's kind of walking. Is he literally walking or is he crawling?
He was kind of walking. He asked one of the kids to help him kind of down the stairs so he wouldn't fall.
Right.
Because that one handle is kind of wobbly going up and down the stairs.
Okay, so he gets downstairs. Which kid helps him do that?
I believe it was.
So helps him down the steps. Where is your other boy?
Right behind him.
Okay, and you are where?
following right behind all of them.
Okay, so that's what I meant.
Yes,
The two go down first, then the other boy, then you.
yes.
Okay, you get downstairs and what happens?
They
What do they do?
basically was going to go to bed like I told you guys.
Okay, so they come
When
down.
James insisted on they have to get out
So James is in the bedroom or outside, or in the living room?
in the living room. That's where we all were.
So he comes out of the living room, or out of the bedroom? Because you said he went to bed.
He was going to bed
Okay.
until I went upstairs to got and untie the
So when
children.
they come down, he's in the living room.
Yeah,
Where's he at?
sitting on the couch.
He's sitting on the couch. So he's sitting on the couch, and what's he say? What do you say? What does he say? What do the kids
He
do?
told me that he didn't want to see a hair of them kids.
Okay,
If he was to see them, he was going to beat them some more.
okay. So,
And he said he didn't care what happened to him. He didn't give a fuck.
okay. So at this point, what do you do?
I made the kids go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wanted them to come downstairs to go to bed.
Right.
But that's when James had said, if I see a hair of them fucking kids, I'm going to beat the shit out of them, more of them, beat more shit out of them than they already was.
Right.
So I had told them they were upstairs changing because he wouldn't let them he wouldn't let me untie them to go use the toilet.
So they had pissed themselves?
Yes.
Did they shit themselves too, or just
No,
piss?
they pissed themselves.
Okay, so they had pissed themselves, and so they went back upstairs?
They changed in their room. They didn't bother to come downstairs because they were so scared of Joel's being right there.
Okay, you just said all three of them came downstairs.
Yeah, that was after they had changed their clothes.
Okay, so they had already, while you were up there with them,
Yes.
they changed clothes?
Yes.
I got you. So,
Two had came downstairs, which was, James had not made it downstairs when he told me to make them stay upstairs.
okay, so they changed their clothes. And then all four of you come down steps. Is that right? Am I thinking
Three
right?
of us came down. And then went up there to try to help James downstairs. And that's when Joel said,
Who's Joel?
that's his nickname.
Okay,
He told me to make them stay upstairs. So they literally got halfway down upstairs. And I had to go tell them to go back upstairs.
so they never
So-
went downstairs at all?
The two did,
The two did.
got downstairs.
Okay,
And then he told me to make them go back upstairs.
okay,
So if whoever was downstairs, to make them go upstairs and to let the other one know if they come downstairs, he was going to beat the shit out of them again.
so they turn around and go back up the steps?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, what do? You put them to bed or what?
I told him to go to bed upstairs.
So they went on to bed?
Yes, because he wouldn't let them come downstairs where they had been sleeping at because of the new environment.
Okay, so they're in the bedrooms.
Mm-hmm.
Where?
All right, guys. So again, just a horrific scene that she's playing out, saying that James, the boyfriend, had taken the children and was horrifically beating them up, and then she was being threatened. But I don't know if this, again, her story is ringing true, because she started throwing James under the bus about the time when she was realizing that she was going to get more time than he was, and that her charges were more serious than his were. So she started talking, and sending this detective notes, the bald detective. And again, I need to figure out what their names are so I can be respectful. Holly S., thank you so much for your super sticker. Says thanks for covering this. It's crazy to think that moms like this exist. I know, and just like, I don't know that I would be fearful at that time, especially if someone was doing this to the little kids, right? Like hog tying them, hurting them in these ways. She's very complacent, and then also she was taking a lot of prescription drugs that were not prescribed to her, allegedly, and that's, according to her. And then the police figured out that, she was in fact lying about the whole thing. Women's Warrior says Monster in my top 3 for the DP evil. Yep. See you next Tuesday. Oh, absolutely. And that is a word I never use. I understand completely. And it's degrading, but she's saying that this as though it's okay because he did it and that she should, yeah, right. And she didn't step in, right? That though at all, right? And she's completely acting like, oh my gosh, this is all him, right? When in the beginning she was singing a completely different tune, right? Because she was thinking that they had each other's back, but then she figures out that James himself admitted to tying the children up and doing this to them, but now she's giving greater detail and obviously the knowledge that she was aware of all of it going on, even though she tried to say she's not aware of everything. She sleeps 24/7 because of her medications and so on and so forth. Daisy Duke says, now it just said the service is currently unavailable. Oh no. That's weird. I don't know why it does that, Daisy Duke, because I'll be in chat sometimes and the screen will go black and I'll just have to come in, like leave and come back. I feel as though she participated as well, Holly S. Yeah, absolutely. Because she was absolutely tight-lipped until she realizes that, she's on the hook and James is not really off the hook, but he's not taking the proper responsibility that she feels like he deserves to take, knowing really what happened and knowing really being the only people that know what really happened here, and there is an interrogation with James that we'll go over as well, that I plan on going over to, not today of course. We got about I think 15 more minutes of this one. Seclusion Work says, I'm seeing this through little James's eyes, and I too felt that terror and pain. I so want to come back as a guardian spirit. I know, Seclusion. I think that we need more of that in this life, because these kids are left like feeling so alone and helpless and in pain and terror. And that's so well said. It's absolutely sad, and it's really uncalled for. It's egregious, right? And it's not about, spanking or discipline. This is definitely in the realm of torture and sadistic behavior. And I shudder to think about listening to James's account of what happened. I have not watched it yet. So I would love to know what the children had to say too, Carla. I wish they would give kids more of a voice. I understand they don't want to exploit the children and everything, and there's like a really fine line, but I would love to know, what they thought and hear their voices, because I think that can be cathartic for some, not all. I had to learn that the hard way in life, but I think that a lot of times it can help the healing process as long as it's done in a good way, where the victim feels empowered and heard and respected, so it's just so terrible. Yes, there is a picture of James, and I will show it too, right after this, Faye. Thank you for asking. He's just as cute as he can be.
Are both boys in the same bedroom?
The front bedroom.
The one straight ahead?
Yes.
Okay, so both boys are in that, and you're
Off to the side right
off
there.
to the side. Okay, so that night, so you come back downstairs after the kids are in bed?
Yes.
Okay, you're downstairs with James, and what's the conversation?
He told me,
specifically what the conversation was, no bullshit.
I'm not bullshitting. He told me to make sure them kids stay the fuck upstairs, and I need to get off my lazy ass and do something with these fucking children.
Okay. What else?
And I told him I didn't want to do anything with them children. I just want to go to bed.
Right. And what
because
else?
it was so late.
And what else?
And he just kept nagging on about getting the kids. So I yelled for the kids to come downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
And it took me a good minute. They were standing back in the corner because he wouldn't let them sit down.
What does that mean? Tell me about that. Once they come downstairs?
Yeah, he wouldn't let them sit down ever.
Okay. How did James get downstairs?
Helped them downstairs.
Helped him downstairs at that time?
Yes.
Okay. So now all three children are downstairs, and what happens? After you called them down?
Told him, come downstairs. He wanted me to get rid of you guys. What I should have done was made him do it.
Not what you should have done. So he says that. Tell the kids he wants me to get rid of you guys.
Yeah, exactly what I told him.
And then what?
It took me like 10 minutes to make sure they were all downstairs from getting changed and whatever they had to do upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
So once they all got downstairs, I took them out to the van.
Mm-hmm.
I made sure they buckled up.
What did James say to all this? He's telling you something specific, I would assume. What's the conversation between you and James? How does he want you to get rid of him?
He just told me to take them to the rush run. He just said rush run.
And do what?
He just told me to take them there and drop them off.
Okay.
So I took them there and dropped them off. And no tendency of hurting them, nothing.
It's hard. So you're up at Rush Run at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. James tells you to what, use his van or no? Does he want you
He
to
told me to use whatever.
He didn't care what you used?
Nope.
All right. He didn't give you any specific guidelines on how to get rid of the kids. He didn't tell you any directions at all how to get rid of the kids.
He just told me the best place was Rush Run.
Okay, he didn't give you any how I'm supposed to get rid of the kids. Okay, so now you're up at Rush Run. Okay, just you and the three children.
Mm-hmm.
Now what happens?
I told the kids to get out.
Okay.
And then that's when James didn't want to get out, or he didn't even answer me.
So the two kids get out?
Yes.
Okay.
James would not answer me for nothing.
Okay.
And I was back there kind of like shaking his arm, trying to get him to talk to me, and he wouldn't say anything.
Okay.
Well, I had picked him up and set him outside of the door before I even took off anything. I had told him to go to the bathroom and to take James with him. Well, James was leaning up, pulling on the door, and then he just sat there and was trying to get him up to get him to the bathroom.
Trying to get him up? What do you mean?
He was sitting on the ground.
How was he reaching the door handle sitting on the
his
ground?
knees. He can reach the door handle on his knees.
Okay. Okay, so he's holding on the door handle, and you're back in the van. Is that right?
I was back in the van, yes.
That's
I was
what I
just
meant.
sitting there.
You're just sitting there. At what point do you drive off?
Like 5 minutes later.
Okay. And he's still holding on to the side of the van?
No. That's why I was trying to tell you before, and you was like, something else had to happen. Something else had to happen.
Something else did happen, right? Now you're telling me something else happened.
Yeah, he didn't have the handle. He had to hold the door handle for a couple minutes and had let go and just gave up basically and sat there.
So about 5 minutes later, you drive off.
Yes.
Okay. And you said you're gone for how long?
I didn't drive off all the way. I heard the children screaming, remember?
Yeah.
I heard the two kids screaming, and I didn't get that far because I heard them screaming because I stopped and was just looking around. And then after they stopped screaming for a minute, I went on.
Okay. I'm about to lose my temper, and I'm trying not to. I'm going to take a break.
Do you want to talk to me or no?
Okay, guys. So You know, I don't know, Sandwich, if James was like the scapegoat of the family or what that was about, because it seems like they all were abused, but obviously he got it the worst, right? Um, it's so hard to tell at this point too. And then without me hearing from the other person, which is, you know, her boyfriend James, um, I'm I'm still not sure kind of what was going on there, if he just succumbed to the injuries faster than the girls did, or if he was in fact, you know, picked on worse, which could very well be the case, you know, especially like what happened um to him, you know, that he's no longer here. But here's the rest of this with Brittney, and now she's, you know, scooting over towards or facing bad cop over here, which I think is a good cop. I'm just kidding.
You probably don't, because you're not going to tell me the truth. You've sat back there in that jail and you've tried to come up with some excuse for the, hold on, let me move over here. I'm too close to you. Because you've sat back there in that, just listen, okay? You've sat back there in that jail and you've tried to come up with some reason to justify you not getting charged with murder. Here's where we are, okay? There's no doubt in my mind you took those kids out there to leave them for them to either freeze to death, for them to fall in the water and drown, or for coyotes or some other wild animal to eat those children. There is no look in my eyes, there is no doubt in my mind that you took those children to Rush Run Lake to die. There is no doubt in my mind you took all 3 of your kids there to die. Now, maybe you weren't going to do anything to them. Maybe you didn't have plans to take them out there and shoot them, stab them, cut them, drown them. Maybe you didn't have any plans at all to do that. I have no reason to think for sure that you did.
Yeah, I didn't have no reason to do anything.
But you had every intention of taking those children out there to die.
Well, I didn't know they were going to die, but I took them out there.
You took them out there hoping no one would ever see them, find them, or you would never see them or hear from them again. Is that a safe assumption?
Yes.
So when you went out there with your 3 kids, they were well enough to walk on their own, all 3 of them. They were all 3 well enough to talk on their own. They all knew where they were, and they were scared to death. Am I correct?
Yes.
James had I'm asking you, had James instructed you to take them out there and leave them?
You're talking about Big James?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not going to call him Jaws because that's stupid. I'm going to call him Big James.
Okay.
Big James.
I prefer you do it that way, so I'm not getting
there. And that's good because I've gotten confused actually going through my notes. Big James and you decided they were interrupting your all's relationship. And
he said they wasn't listening, so I need to get rid of them because I wasn't disciplining them.
Okay. They were causing a problem between you and Big James.
Yes.
I'm going to say the decision was made. I'm not going to point fingers. The decision was made that they need to exit your all's life relationship.
Yes, and that was him.
Okay. You then load them up in Big James's van.
Yes.
You and the children.
Yes.
Go out to restaurant.
Where he had told me to take them.
And you told me that, and I believe that. I really do, because I found that, even though you deleted your browser stuff, I found that in your phone. I've already got search warrants, and I've started going through your phones. I found that. And I can even, if you don't believe me, I'll go get it and name off half a dozen places you looked up directions for. But
Wow. Okay. Wow. I just got to come in here and say, this is what they can do when they get the electronics. They can find things that are deleted off of phones and different things like that. So he's like, hey, I know that you were looking up many, many places that you deleted off of your browser, right? Off of the GPS that you were looking to bring the children to, right? And even more so, maybe even to hide James, right? So this is one of the reasons why it's very hard to pin down. Did they actually throw him into the river? We're still not, decided about that. In my opinion, I'm not, at least. And feel free to speculate and things, because that's what we're here for. But I'm just wondering, right? Especially when we hear that, right? Okay, so there's other places, and she's obviously not being truthful, and this guy's like, chomping at the bit, right? Because he knows all this information, and he's looked up her history and what she searched and what she deleted. More importantly, right? So, hey, Mama Bear. Mama Bear says, feeling my children move around in my womb was and always will be the most beautiful feeling I've ever experienced. How a mother can off their own child infuriates me, or children infuriates me. I agree, Mama Bear. I felt the connection as well in that moment. Like, and you hear their heartbeat, you do feel them moving around as a mother. So it is completely unfathomable, in my opinion, Hey, Charles Myers, thanks for being here. Thank you so much. You guys are so kind. Thank you guys so much for your kind words and everything. And I know this is horrible to listen to, because obviously we know that these people lie, but it's still horrible. And no emotion. You can't tell if it was real, because they're not crying or anything. They're just so matter of fact. It's really disturbing. Joe says, what time of year did she do this? So they reported him missing on February 27th, 2021, but it's a little bit hazy, because I think that he might have been kept in the house for, according to what James was saying, and she kind of said, oh yeah, it could have been 2 days. She was saying originally it was 1 day, so he was deceased in the house. And they were holding on to his, remains and stuff for a couple of days. So it could have even happened, the 25th or 6th of February, which was another like really big red flag that, I wanted to cover this case, comparing it to, largely Sebastian Rogers, but a lot of people, like I said, have said, that Diane Downs acted very similarly. I referenced Chris Watts. And so, we definitely can recognize these patterns. Thanks, Charles. That's so nice of you. Really appreciate you being here. Thank you, Carla, for being here. I know, girl. It's give the birdies hugs and kisses. Yeah, I know it's gonna be not too much longer, because I know it's been a long live, but I wanted to get through this whole interrogation, right? It's just so good, especially it just keeps getting better, especially this guy, is really cracking me up, because he's like, hey, just so you know, we found out half a dozen locations that you deleted off your phone, and I told you I was gonna retrieve all that stuff. So
yeah, because I've told you that I've always used my GPS.
Right.
I know nothing.
Right. Because you don't know if you've looked up Walmart.
Yeah,
You've
I
looked
know
up
nothing.
right, and I'm with you, but I'm saying, when what time of night, once again, did you take those kids out there?
Well, he told
Just tell me what time of night do you think you took those kids out at the park? Just guess.
I believe it was Friday morning,
Friday, okay, but what time?
like 2 something.
So it was late at night, you knew
Yeah.
there would be no one there,
Yeah.
and you knew they would be all
He told me
alone,
there was going to be nobody around.
but, well, okay.
But I had asked him, what if somebody sees them?
Mhm.
And he told me there was nobody out at that time.
So when the kids exited the vehicle,
Uh-huh.
and you pull out of the parking lot, when you left your house in Middletown
Mm-hmm.
and you were driving, you had intentions that was going to be the last car ride you ever took with your children.
Yes, because I was dropping them off there.
Okay. You knew that when you left your house there on Crawford Street. So you drive out there, you drop them off, and I'll say this, somehow James gets killed. Little James gets killed. You pull out, and again, when you pull out of the lot, you don't have any intentions of ever seeing those kids again.
No, and I didn't have any intentions on doing anything to them.
Okay, okay, that's fair. You leave the lot, and how long were you gone until you turned around and went back?
The text message that I had sent him.
Mm-hmm. The last one that I saw was on OMW.
On my way back.
Okay.
That's basically what that means.
Yeah, on my way back now.
Yeah.
Where were you at when you sent that?
I was a little ways down the road.
You went up the driveway from the park.
Yes, and turned left.
Turn left.
Because I had followed my GPS
Sure,
back
sure,
home.
sure.
And I had stopped quarter ways down the road.
Mm-hmm.
And I had turned back around because he told me the kids are just going to be running around. They're going to get hurt.
Okay, well, I'm going to stop you. The first time, and several times, and even in the polygraph, you said that you texted James and told him you were dead, that he was, or you texted Big James and said he's dead.
He might have been dead.
He might have been dead.
Yes.
So where were you at whenever you texted dead?
On my way home.
No. Because you texted on my way, be right on my way home. You texted that, right?
Yes, I had text that.
And so then you were thinking James was dead, but you were little James, but you were going to go on home.
I was thinking it because the kids were screaming. I didn't know for sure.
Mm-hmm. But then after you told Big James you were on your way home, then you texted him and said, little James is dead.
Yes, that's when I had went back to get them and told him I was on my way home with them. Because he told me not to leave.
Well,
James
but in the
laying there.
polygraph, you said the only reason you went back was because Big James told you to.
Yeah, because he said they would be running around.
Okay. You see, this is where we are. Do you not hear yourself when you're talking? Or is just you're so full of shit you can't remember what lie you told? Would this be easier if I got a pen and paper and let you write down what you're telling me so you can remember the lies you're telling? You see, you're still only worried about one person, I guess that's two, one person on the planet. And you know who that is? That's you. You're going to sit there and you're going to lie. You're going to continue to lie. And you're going to continue to lie because the only thing in the world that you're worried about, you're not worried about 9-year-old that is so freaking skinny, that is got severely malnourished. You don't give a shit about her. You don't give a shit about who is just a little itty bitty thing himself. And you don't even give a shit about little dead James. The only thing you're worried about in the world is trying to come up with a good story that's going to keep your lying ass out of prison. That's all you're worried about. When you first sat down at a table with Hoover, he told you, the only thing you've got in this world is the truth. Do you remember him telling you that? And all this other shit, all this story, oh, it's James's fault. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that. Oh, it's this. I didn't mean that. Honey, I've caught you in like 5 lies in about 2 minutes because you cannot remember what bullshit story or sentence you said 30 seconds ago. Am I wrong?
No, I have a memory problem. I've been trying to tell you guys
you're
that.
full of shit. We've already talked
Can
to
I
your
have
doctor.
a paper so I can maybe...
You want to write down your lies? You want to write down a good journal? You're full of shit. You killed your kid, and you don't give a rat's ass.
Yes.
Ooh, okay, guys. I don't know about you, but I'm gonna need an encore on that one. Yeah. That was the thumbnail, by the way, was that I've been using for the last couple days of him finally just telling her, you're full of shit. You're right. Like, he's sick and tired of it. He's like, I caught you in like 5 or 6 lies in the last couple minutes. You know, he's totally calling her out, you know. Just great police work. Great, stellar police work here. Okay, here we go. Let's watch that one more time.
You're going to lie. You're going to continue to lie, and you're going to continue to lie because the only thing in the world that you're worried about, you're not worried about 9-year-old that is so freaking skinny that is got severely malnourished. You don't give a shit about her. You don't give a shit about who is just a little itty bitty thing himself. And you don't even give a shit about little dead James. The only thing you're worried about in the world is trying to come up with a good story that's going to keep your lying ass out of prison. That's all you're worried about. When you first sat down at a table with Hoover, he told you, the only thing you've got in this world is the truth. Do you remember him telling you that? And all this other shit, all this story, oh, it's James's fault. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that. Oh, it's this. I didn't mean that. Honey, I've caught you in like 5 lies in about 2 minutes because you cannot remember what bullshit story or sentence you said 30 seconds ago.
He said, what bonehead story you made up 30 seconds
ago? Am I wrong?
No, I have a memory problem. I've been trying to tell you guys.
You're full of shit. We've already talked to your doctor.
Can I have a paper so I can maybe...
You want to write down your lies? You want to write down a good journal? You're full of shit. You killed your kid, and you don't give a rat's ass.
Yes, I do.
All right. So very well done, right? I mean, because you got to get to that point. I think they did great. I mean, they've been dealing with her for days, guys, since the 27th when she came in at around 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning to report little James missing. And I want to bring up a picture of James because he really deserves. Guys, there's not a lot of pictures of James. There's just not. Let me see here. James Hutchinson. Oh, it should pop up right. Okay, here we go. Well, not his interrogation. All right, here we go. Oh, and then like I said, Stephanie did a video. There's a lot of creators did videos. See, there's another little picture of him that people might recognize. Am I still sharing? Okay, yeah, that people might recognize right here. Right. And then this is the 3 of them, right, disgusting people around the Cincinnati area. Here's a vigil that they did. Here's the one. He does have a biological father.
Gave him to me. I don't even know how to process all this. charged with murder and a father filled with grief tonight. We're hearing from the father of 6-year-old James Hutchinson for the first time tonight. Thank you for joining us here at 11 o'clock. I'm Craig McKee.
And I'm Tanya O'Rourke. A community is mourning the death of the Middletown boy who police say was killed by his mother. They say she has confessed she had discarded his body in the Ohio River. WCPO 9 News reporter Kristen Swilley spoke to those who came together tonight to honor his memory.
About 100 people gathered here in Middletown's Gardner Park to remember the life of 6-year-old James Hutchinson, who his own father described as one of the kindest kids you would ever meet.
He always loved to give hugs to people and everything. Like, he was a great kid.
Lewis Hutchinson is only beginning to process his son's death. He says he will never understand how anyone could have hurt him.
I don't see how an animal could do that. That's not a person in my.
Middletown police say his mother, Brittney Gosney, admitted she tried to abandon the first grader in a park, dragging him with her car as she drove away. She says she came back 30 minutes later to find him dead, took his body home, and later discarded it in the Ohio River in Lawrenceburg. Her boyfriend, James Hamilton, is charged with abuse of a corpse and tampering with evidence.
I want them both to rot. That's what I want.
At the end of the day, you know, a child looks for comfort in his mom. Your mom's supposed to be your superhero.
Melody Vasses says she organized this vigil to remember James and show that children in danger are not alone.
I'm tired of seeing all these rest in peace signs for these kids. There has to be something we can do.
Hutchinson says while it's too late to save his son, he's holding out hope the case will change things for others.
I want justice for him. That's what I want.
Gosney and Hamilton are both being held on bond at the Middletown City Jail in Middletown. Kristen Swilley, WCPO 9 News.
This case began when James was reported missing on Sunday. Brittney Gosney's 2 other children, by the way, have been taken away from her. James was a student at Rosa Parks Elementary. His principal describes him as a joyful student who loved school. That school will be offering grief counselors for students to talk to. It is also holding a celebration of life tomorrow evening at Barnett Stadium.
Okay, guys, so just incredibly sad, and yeah, my heart goes out to his family, all of his little friends at the school. You know, obviously this was 4 years ago, so this happened in 2021. Reported missing, and I found his missing flyer. I just need to keep posting it because he's still missing, right? I do think that he might be in the river, but I'm not 100% because obviously there's a lot to untangle here, like a lot of these cases. Very, very similar. My ass, she's an idiot. This guy's awesome. Seclusion Work says, damn. That's funny. Little James was a male version of her, a spitting image. Well, and I mean, I've not seen pictures of his sisters, but I'm sure they did look like their mom or resemble their mom. I'm not sure. It doesn't seem like they all shared the same father. I'm just going to say that. So I don't know for sure, but I definitely still want to unpack some of this further. I do, because I think it's really important to get the message out there. He's still missing. Incredibly sad. And then she was sentenced to 21 years. He got 19 years. I think I posted, okay, I want to make sure, and I'll share this too. And I know Panda Bear's mom has been in the chat here. And so I wanted to share this really quick also. So this is Devlin Lee Hatfield Tate, right? And Devlin Tate, 18, has been missing since April 21st, 2025. He was last seen at Carl's Supermarket in Lake Odessa, Michigan, around 8:21 a.m. Devlin was on foot and he was wearing a black zip-up sweatshirt, white t-shirt, blue jeans, and black cowboy boots. He has brown hair, brown eyes. He's 6 foot tall and weighs 170 pounds. Devlin is diagnosed with autism, ADHD, cerebral palsy, Tourette's, and chromosomal deletion syndrome. So Devlin is missing. There's a $6,000 reward for information on Devlin. And of course, go over to our friend Panda Bear's mom. I hope you guys can see that. Yeah, okay, I'm circling. Panda Bear's mom, right? And sub up to her channel. The link is in the chat. And she's spreading awareness for Devlin. And we'll continue to do that too on this channel because he's still out there, guys. And that's what we have to do until they're found. Sooner or later, I think the truth comes to light, you know? Thank you, Seclusion Works. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. You guys are amazing. And thank you for listening and going over some of the more like intricate details with me because I know it can be a little bit boring at times, like waiting for the guy to score the test. But I didn't want to like mess with the speed of the interview because I didn't want it to mess with the integrity either because I wanted it to kind of be like true to maybe what it would be like to see a polygraph. I like to watch other polygraphs. They're kind of interesting, I guess, too. If I find an interesting one, we might share it sometime too. It's horrible to hear these details, Women's Warrior. That's the hardest part, right? The details are not pretty at all. I mean, just to think about what the children endured. I'm just praying his sisters are in a better place. I'm praying we can find him. I really do think that someday he'll be found. I mean, it's just amazing what can happen. So, Panda, are you in here? Here, I'll drop your link actually here. Because let me share this. Oh my gosh, I'm not trying to report Panda. Sorry, let me just share this. I'm terrible at this, guys, because it's like navigating something completely different and I'm not used to it yet, but here we go. I think that worked. Yay. Okay, so yeah, definitely go sub up to Panda Bear's mom. I'm going to watch the video too, and I also shared this on my page. So yeah, absolutely. And then, guys, I will see you all around 11:30 tonight to watch the next part of this installment and discuss the similarities in the cases. I hope you all have a great rest of your night, and I will see you later. Oh, thank you, Gabby. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.